And Cordia, with the Speaker's permission, I intend to answer questions 1, 5, 7 and 12 together and request an additional minute. My priority remains securing a sustainable multi-year budget that provides certainty for departments and enables long-term planning, investment and transformation of public services. However, this is dependent on having sufficient and stable funding from the Government to underpin these plans. I met with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on the 15th of June, and I have also had ongoing engagements with the Secretary of State in this matter. I have made clear to both that the Executive is not able to funded on a comparable basis with Scotland and Wales. Indeed, the Fiscal Council report of the 16th of June supports the work carried out by my department, indicating that if we were to be funded on a comparable basis to Scotland and Wales, we will receive an additional annually between £1 billion and £3 billion in funding. Addressing this disparity remains central to achieving a sustainable financial footing, and I will continue to press for progress, including on a full fiscal framework to support long-term stability. I have also been clear that the current financial pressures facing the Executive stem from structural underfunding and reliance on one-off allocations, which are neither sustainable nor equitable. In the absence of an agreed budget, departments are operating under vote on account provisions and have been issued with contingency planning envelopes to guide spending decisions and help maintain control of expenditure. These arrangements ensure the continued delivery of public services. While these measures provide short-term cover, they are not a substitute for a budget, limiting departments' ability to plan effectively and increasing the risk of short-term decision-making. My officials will use forecast returns from departments to continue to monitor total departmental forecast resources and capital expenditure. This position will be monitored closely. Ultimately, agreeing a budget and securing forward funding are inseparable. I remain committed to working with Executive colleagues and the British Government to deliver both as a matter of urgency.
Mr Durkin.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. We all, as the Minister outlined, want a budget that provides long-term stability and gives certainty to departments, and we all want a fairer financial settlement from London, not just for now, but into the future as well, and the SDLP support the efforts of the Minister and indeed the Executive to secure that. However, if the budget is not passed, or a budget is not passed by the end of next month, we face the prospect of a 5% cut. Has the Minister instructed departments to contingency plan in the event, and we all hope it doesn't come to that, of it coming to that?
I welcome the members' support for me and my Executive colleagues in engaging with the Government around a proper and fair funding settlement for this place. In terms of the next steps, he will be aware of the changes that are occurring in London at the moment in relation to leadership of the Labour Party, and therefore changes in relation to who is going to be Prime Minister and who is going to be sitting around the Cabinet table. I want to ensure that the talks that we have engaged with the Government continue at pace. I hope to see further development in those engagements this week. However, I suspect with the changes that are happening in London, there may be some delay to that, but engagement continues, and I want to see progress as quickly as possible. So therefore, I think we should remain focused on where we are, what we're at, rather than speculating going into the future. However, of course, I and my officials are engaging around all potential outcomes in regard to budget, lack of budget, and funding packages and sustainable funding packages from the Government going forward. I keep my Executive colleagues informed, and my officials will keep their counterparts informed in other departments of steps we are taking, but we're not at that point yet.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister too.
We're looking ahead to the change of leadership in the UK and the change of Premier. I just hope it's not, our hopes aren't going to be dashed where it's a case of, well, I hope that it'll be a case of substance prevailing over PR, but that remains to be seen. But meantime, Minister, if the budget can't be agreed, there will be in effect a budget cut of over 1.5 billion across departments. And this could have, and I hope it does not come to this, like my colleague said, a catastrophic impact on public sector pay, house building, other matters related to that, investment in our infrastructure. You've been there before, you know what the pressures are there. What meaningful action are you and your department and other executive colleagues taking to ensure that people's livelihoods aren't being put at risk due to dysfunction in the executive and at Westminster in the interim?
Sure.
Well, I too want to see a substance rather than, as the member refers to, a PR exercise. There needs to be a complete change of direction from the British Government in relation to its economic strategy and economic policies. There needs to be a funding of public services, investment in infrastructure, investment in the economy to sustain and create jobs going into the future, and also to tackle the cost of living pressure and crisis that is bearing down on so many families we all represent. In terms of what we're doing and engaging with the British Government around a fair funding package for this place. The reality of the matter is this: taxpayers here are not getting a fair return on the taxes they are sending to the Treasury. If you're a taxpayer in Scotland, you're getting a much higher return than you are here. If you're a taxpayer in Wales, you're getting a much higher return than you are here. So what we're seeking is a fair and proper funding settlement for taxpayers here, which in turn will allow us to invest in public services and to grow our economy. That's the measures we are taking. It's quite understandable that members and discussions are taking place about what if. I am scenario planning for all scenarios. As I've said in the previous answer, I'm engaging with my officials. I've fully briefed my executive colleagues in regards to this matter. But let's remain in unity of purpose and ensure that the taxpayers here, families and workers who are out contributing to our society, contributing to the economy, get a fair return on their taxes which are being sent to the Treasury.
Overclock.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, we've heard from the two previous speakers in terms of what the 5% budget would mean by a loss of 1.5 billion, and indeed with your own words about the shortage in terms of the overall package. So it's circa £3 billion short if that was to happen. And I've heard your comments about the change of leadership within Westminster. So, and whilst it may be early at this point, Minister, have you reached out at this early stage, given the dire consequences this has to Northern Ireland, have you reached out at this point to even some of those prospective runners and riders in relation to the competition that may take place in Westminster? Because there's no point waiting weeks until that's all resolved. This is a dire situation that needs resolved now.
We are dealing with the administration that is in place at this moment in time and setting out a position very robustly to them. Those engagements continue. I don't think it's the role of the sitting Finance Minister to reach out to potential incumbents. There may well be others who politically reach out to those, and that's perfectly understandable and fine. But I, as Finance Minister, have protocols to follow and measures to follow, and which I continue to follow. The engagements with the British Government continue. They need to intensify, they need to reach conclusions as quickly as possible.
Wigan.
Minister, your answers previously, you talked about the pressures and the difficulties, and you're looking for a fair funding model and the need for taxpayers here to be treated equitably. Expanding upon the need for taxpayers and fairness to the level of need, can I ask if our current level of need estimate is, in your view, a fair estimate?
The most recent works carried out by Professor Haltham established our current, investigated our level of need, and the British Government has come down on a figure of around 124 in relation to that report. I think there's an argument to be made it should be in relation to or in around 128 when you include agriculture in that calculation. However, I am looking at other devolved institutions who are receiving funding well above their level of need, and that has been confirmed again by the Fiscal Council report, which was published last week. This is about fairness, it's about equality, it's about respect, and treating people here with all of those things, and ensuring that we as the executive can be able to properly fund public services, invest in the economy, and put this place on a stable footing. For far too long, the British Government have relied on packages for this place and support packages and whatever term you want to put on it. But the reality always comes back to this. If we're not being fairly funded, then it is impossible for the executive to put the finances of this place on a sustainable footing and to carry out the transformation work that is required across a wide range of public services to transform them into models which to deliver high quality public services moving forward. So let's get this sorted once and for all. Let's put our funding on a fair and equitable basis and on a sustainable footing.
Peter Martin.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The General Register's Office must abide by the legislative position as outlined in Article 3 of the Marriage Order NI 2003 and Schedule 1 to the Marriage Regulations NI 2003. This order sets out legal requirements for parties wishing to get married here to supply details of both parents. These details should be those that appear on each party's full birth or adoption certificate. This means that the name of the step-parent cannot be currently included on a marriage notice, form or registration. I understand this is very disappointing for people who wish to get married and include step-parent, and I am keen to seek a way forward. I have asked my officials in the General Register's Office to consider this matter and to examine what legislative change might address this position to enable a step-parent's details to be included on a marriage notice registration. You will appreciate that any necessary legislative change would take time to progress.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the reason that I asked that question was a constituent had come to me, and very clearly this young lady didn't want her biological father, to be on her marriage licence, but wanted her stepfather to be, because that was the relationship that she had and enjoyed. In terms of the outworking of this, I mean, did I take it from your first answer that this would require legislative change rather than policy change within GRO? And perhaps you would just answer that one for me.
I've asked officials in GRO to investigate this. At this initial stage, we suspect it will require legislative change, but I'm supportive of exploring what we can do here, because there is a variety of reasons why someone may not want either parent's name on their marriage certificate, and they may, as has been pointed out in this case, they want to recognise the role of their step-parent in that. I am fully supportive of trying to do something about this. As I say, GRO are investigating it. If this requires legislative change, either primary legislation or regulations, that will take time, but I'll keep the member updated on that.
Corlia, and Minister, just on the topic of legislative change, how long would it take to change the legislation to include a step-parent, do you know?
Well, as I said to the previous questioner, it depends whether it is primary legislation or secondary legislation that requires changing. GRO has been contacted with this issue approximately 5 times in the last year. This is usually from couples seeking clarification that information can be provided by the registrar is correct. So legislation going through the House does take a matter of time, depending on what category it falls into. I suspect it may be the next mandate before this can be finalised, but as I say, GRO are investigating, and I have no doubt that there will be a willingness in the Chamber and committees to move this matter forward as quickly as possible, as long as we can be assured that we're making the correct changes.
And Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3.
Agency staff provide an important and flexible resource in supporting departments to manage time-bound work pressures and meet specific business needs. Their use helps to ensure continuity in public service delivery and minimises disruption to critical civil service operations. For some workers, agency contracts are a suitable and positive choice, offering flexibility to balance personal commitments while gaining skills, experience and employment opportunities. Over 70% of all agency workers, approximately 3,720, are currently on assignment within the Department for Communities, demonstrating the significant reliance on this flexible workforce to support ongoing service delivery. A substantial proportion of those roles support the Department for Work and Pensions contract, with over 45% of all agency workers engaged in DWP roles, approximately 2,426. However, the strategic priority remains to reduce reliance on agency workers by building a resilient and sustainable permanent workforce. This is being advanced through effective workforce planning and an extensive programme of recruitment. At present, approximately 260 recruitment competitions are underway across a range of grades. As these competitions conclude and successful candidates take up post, agency usage is expected to decrease on a phased and managed basis.
Mr. Kingston.
Thank the Minister for that answer. And Minister, you will be aware that your own departmental figures showed a 76% increase in agency staff across the Northern Ireland Civil Service in the 3 years from 2023 to 2026, reaching a total of over 5,250 agency staff in January this year. I know that just under half are working in the DWP contract in the Department for Communities, but we have heard at Finance Committee of agency staff working in those contracts for 7 years or more. So, Minister, is there an active policy? I know I hear what you said there, but is there an active policy to enable long-term agency workers to become directly employed with the flexibility to be deployed as needed within the Northern Ireland Civil Service?
As the member says, a significant proportion of the increase in agency staff is a direct result of the Department of Work and Pensions contract with the Department for Communities. Well, less than half is quite a significant number in this case, and that is an agency contract with DFC. It's what's set out in the DWP contract, as far as I understand. It meets the needs of WWP, and in some instances it meets the needs of staff, but except not in all instances. And I want to see us to move to a more sustainable workforce in terms of guaranteeing current agency staff full-time employment. My understanding of the situation is that all posts must be applied for and fulfilled on merit, and you can't transfer agency staff across automatically to permanent roles. It's not possible, as I understand, under current employment laws and under other laws. But as I said in my original answer, we're looking at a variety of ways of ensuring we have a workforce which is sustainable, which protects the rights and entitlements of the workforce, and draws more and more of those who wish to move away from agency work away from agency work.
Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far, particularly raising the issue that there will be permanent recruitment processes. Minister, can you outline that DFC obviously has quite a significant number in terms of the increases. Can you outline if you've had any conversations with those ministers towards having targets for permanent recruitment rather than agency staff, particularly in those cases where we're talking about where they've been maybe employed for a significant period of time through agency?
There's an ongoing programme of work across the civil service around this, and as I said in my original answer, that movement to a sustainable workforce where we minimise the use of agency staff and ensure that we're fulfilling posts and having less and less agency workers. There will always be a market for agency workers. It actually suits some staff to work through the agency process for a variety of reasons. So it is an option for the civil service. It's also an option in terms of filling short-term contracts or where there is a significant increase in work in the short term. But however, I want to see permanent recruitment being progressed at pace, and there's just a number of campaigns that conclude and staff take up posts. Agency usage should continue to reduce. This reflects a clear commitment to building a sustainable permanent workforce. It should also be acknowledged, as I've said, that agency workers make an important contribution as valued members of the team and within which they work.
Just McDulty.
I'm able to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, over-dependence on agency staff shows a total lack of workforce planning, financial irresponsibility and a failure to properly recruit for the roles that need filled to keep this place running. Won't your failure to set a multi-year budget set workforce planning back even further?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with a number of points the member has made. As I've said, agency working suits some staff. That has to be acknowledged, and we have to keep that option open if we continue to be able to react to increases in work programmes in certain areas. Over half of our current agency staff are recruited through the Department of Works and Pensions contract with the Department for Communities. That is set out in the DWP contract. It is not costing the executive or public services here any money. It's been paid for directly from Whitehall. So that's not a cost to the executive, though those staff are delivering important civil service duties and enhancing the people's lives who they serve. In terms of not fulfilling the budget, I've set out quite clearly in my response to questions 1 what their strategy is there and how we are moving forward towards a strategy. And I've nothing further to add to that point.
Question 4.
Minister.
The civil service is committed to being an inclusive employer and providing a positive, supportive and diverse workplace that reflects the society we serve. As one of the largest employers here with over 24,000 staff and as a public service provider, it is important the civil service recognises and respects the diversity of people's identities, experiences and backgrounds. Having diversity and inclusion at the heart of everything we do will help us attract and retain the best, most diverse talent, create diversity of thought to support better policy making and deliver better services to the people here. Diversity and inclusion is a strategic priority within the People Strategy 2025 to 2030. This is supported by visible senior leadership across the civil service through the Diversity Champions networks and 40 thematic diversity leads covering gender, race, ethnicity, LGBTQ+, and disability. 7 staff networks provide peer support, advocacy and a collective voice for employees. Progress is strengthened through external benchmarking and recognising through accreditations, including the Silver Diversity Mark, Platinum Owners Accreditation and the Disability Positive Accreditation.
Thanks very much, Minister. On the back of the recent disgraceful racist attacks in Belfast, what work are you doing within the department to support any staff impacted across the civil service to ensure that they're feeling safe at this moment and that they're also supported?
Well, firstly, can I put on the record my condemnation of the recent racist rioting and disorder and attacks within our communities. And I also want to send solidarity out to our ethnic minority workforce, whether they be in the civil service or any other sector, public or private. They make massive contributions to the society, they create real change, they create positive change, and many of our public services would simply fail without them. So when racist thugs are burning nurses, doctors, civil servants and others out of their homes, they're not only causing terror and fear to the people they're doing that on, they're actually damaging their own communities, though I doubt if they give a jot about any of that. In terms of our diverse workforce, I met with the ethnic minority champions this morning and had a very good conversation with them. They reflected their experiences over recent times, their concerns, their fears, their aspirations and their hopes. Line managers have been asked to check in with impacted staff and to signpost to resources to help and support, including ongoing peer support through the Civil Service Race and Ethnicity Network. So we are reaching out and supporting our ethnic minority workforce as best we can. I've asked to be kept in contact with them and offer whatever assistance we can and support going forward. But I think everyone should be sending out a very, very clear message that our ethnic minority communities are here, they're welcome and they're valued, and they give this place value as well.
Carol Hunter.
Minister, people aged 16 to 34 are underrepresented in our civil service compared to other employment sectors. Our young people, of course, can bring new energy and new ideas to our ongoing challenges here in the North. What actions are you taking to promote a career in the civil service for our young people, and why do you think they're currently underrepresented? Thank you.
I agree with the sentiment of your question and points you make in relation to encouraging more young people into our civil service because of all the reasons you have outlined. I think one of the most successful programmes we run is in relation to student placement within the civil service. The energy when you go into a room full of young students who are coming into the civil service for a year. You can just feel it, and the enthusiasm they bring, and the reports back from the various departments and branches they go into reflect that energy and enthusiasm for the service. And we are constantly reviewing how we recruit and retain our staff, how we promote to underrepresented groups within our civil service, and how we ensure that they are aware of and are able to access our applications in a fair and equitable way, and I will continue to do that.
Claire Kelly.
Kirsty Shayler, Health, question 6.
I've already stated both in this chamber and at the Finance Committee that I want to increase the level of liability for non-domestic vacant rating. It is my firm view that we need to challenge the blight of vacant properties in our villages, towns and city centres. My officials have provided me with advice in relation to this, and I plan to launch a 12-week consultation next week on this matter. Stakeholders will be invited to give their views on a phased increase to the current 50% rate, rising to 75% and then to 100%. The current 50% rate is lower than in other jurisdictions and is seen as weakening the incentive to bring vacant properties back into use. The consultation proposes a change that is intended to encourage occupation, reduce long-term vacancy, bring the policy closer to arrangements in other jurisdictions, and raise additional revenue.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far.
In terms of the impact of raising vacant property rates, as you've announced there, it's going to consultation, do you have a view of what impact that will actually have?
Well, I want to see it having the impact of reducing the prevalence of vacant units in our high streets or our villages and other parts of our town centres. I think this is a way of motivating investment. If fully implemented, it's estimated that those changes would have a potential to unlock a further £20 million of revenue to fund central and local government spending. That is quite a significant amount of funding to release. So in terms of the objective of the policy, to see vacant buildings being brought back into use, I think is, as a priority on its own, stands. Then in terms of raising further revenue as a priority also stands, because quite significant change to our public services can be generated through an additional £20 million of revenue.
McMurray.
Minister, do you intend to review any other rates relief in the remainder of this mandate?
I have a number of rate relief policies with the Executive currently, which I would like to see decisions made on, and there are other areas I would be prepared to look at, but we need to see movement on the policies we've already reviewed and an indication from others that they're willing to create the change necessary to stimulate activity in various areas of our economy, but also raise the revenue that's necessary as well.
Mr. Dereliction has been a blight on many of our town centres, and there is that concern that the rates relief for vacant property encourages land banking and incentivises those properties to remain vacant. But the review has been more lethargic than strategic, and can I ask then, will there be any definitive moves and any meaningful change to try and help our town centres from this blight before the end of this mandate?
Well, as I said, I'm coming before the Chamber next week to make further announcements in this regard, and it'll go out to consultation. I intend to put energy behind it. I want to see it happen. I believe it is a real meaningful policy change which will create real change in our towns and villages. It's up to others how they react to it.
Thank you.
Margaret Concordo Cash to Huck.
It's clear to me that Transformation Fund is having a positive impact on the delivery of public services here. I announced the first tranche of projects that will be supported under the fund in March 2025. While it is relatively early days in implementation of these projects, they are already starting to have an impact. For example, in the health service, the provision of transformation funding has enabled more than 350,000 additional consultations to be delivered to patients in multidisciplinary teams with GP practices. This has enabled more people to get the treatment they need more quickly and reduce the pressure on hospitals.
Thank you.
Minister, will there be a further round of funding?
Minister.
I have set aside funding within my draft budget, I think of around £135 million, because I think transformation is having a significant impact on the delivery of public services. It has also allowed our civil servants and others to come together and start once again thinking about transformation in a meaningful way where they can see outputs from it. One of the challenges with austerity has been that we are struggling on a day-to-day basis just to do what we can do, whereas this has given a wee bit of space for lateral thinking, to create ideas, to bring ideas forward, and seeing a result of those ideas being implemented. So the monetary value is vitally important, but I think in terms of the opportunity for change of mindset and thinking is also invaluable as well.
The topicals, Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, Minister, as we said yesterday, the opposition will always support the executive in asking for more money from the UK Government to fund this place, but that does not absolve you of your responsibility. There has been a huge amount, I'm afraid, of bluff and bluster from you about the absence of a budget. You published a draft budget in January, not me, not the British Government. You said it was transformational, not me, not the British Government. It still isn't agreed. Number one, Minister, is it your position that that budget, which you consulted on and said was transformational, is now completely off the table and is undeliverable? Number one. Number two, will you confirm, yes or no, that if a budget is not agreed, there will be more than £1 billion of cuts to our public services?
Well, I welcome the fact that the member has confirmed that he hasn't published anything. That's now on the public record. That the Leader of the Opposition hasn't published an alternative budget, hasn't published any documents in relation to how we would create the momentum behind the change that is required to our public services moving forward. So that's on the record. No alternative budget from the opposition. I published a draft budget for a number of reasons, and the most important reason being this: we needed to move the process on from political engagement behind closed doors, which has its place and is useful, to where I published a draft budget to allow the public, the people out there, to have their say in the consultation and to put figures and facts on paper for analysis. I engaged in a round of engagement with my executive colleagues. It was quite clear that none of my executive colleagues could deliver the frontline public services with the quantum of funding we had. I moved then to further engagement with the British Government, to now we are at a stage where we're having intensive discussions with them, with my view now needs to come to an end, with an offer being made. In relation to where we're going to end up in 4 weeks or 6 weeks' time, as I said in the first question I was asked today, I am looking at all potential outcomes of this, and I have kept my executive colleagues informed about those matters, and we will continue to scenario plan moving forward. But the plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, wherever you want to go to, is to ensure that the British Government have a fair return for taxpayers here from the Treasury, because currently we're not getting it.
Minister, we're not on holiday yet, but you appear to be in almost horizontal mode when it comes to the crisis. You talk about frontline public services. I am aware, as other members will be aware, of public services that are at risk this summer. Councils, community and voluntary sector organisations operating services, holiday hunger services, community integration services, social supermarkets, a vast number of public services at risk, in some cases not running them at all. Just this minute at 4:30, there was published a document from you in absence of June monitoring, making clear that we are not able to draw down on Westminster main estimates funding. Will you accept that there are public services in crisis now that cannot proceed this summer to help vulnerable people because you and the executive have not passed a budget? Please be honest about that.
Our public services have been in various states of crisis for well over a decade. You haven't noticed? Did you not notice? Austerity has been biting and consuming our public services for well over a decade. While other institutions are being funded above their level of need, the British Government have been treating this place with utter contempt and disrespect. So I have engaged with and continue to engage with the British Government on a proper funding package. I know the member's looking for a different angle to the story. He's trying to get his name out in the media. He's trying to do all those sorts of things, right? But you see, if he's serious about all those projects that he has concerns about, if he's serious about them, he will present a united front to the government and insist that this place is fairly funded, that taxpayers get a fair return on their taxes, and that we are treated in an equitable, respectful manner, the same way they're doing with other devolved institutions.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you outline to the House what engagement, if any, you've had with His Majesty's Treasury with regards to UK-wide reduction in VAT for the hospitality sector?
This matter has been raised in practically every meeting, if not every meeting I've ever had with CSTs, and my officials raise it regularly with their counterparts in the Treasury, and I know it has been raised at the highest levels of government by FM and DFM as well. Unfortunately, they are not listening. They make decisions based on what their needs are, largely in the south of England, and have little, if any, reflection on what the needs are of businesses here who are operating on an all-island economy and are seeing reductions in VAT to hospitality, just matters of metres down the road from them, and having to deal with the challenges that brings to them.
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you will have noted, of course, that the Government have recently announced a VAT cut for some family expenses for a range of activities over the summer. So that is perhaps a change. Can you continue to press for a similar trial for VAT in terms of the hospitality sector, and offer Northern Ireland as the place to do it?
I note the recent announcement in relation to summer activities and some of the measures that were taken in relation to cost of living crisis that people are feeling. I think the government should have went much further and had the ability to go much further, and perhaps they wouldn't be in the current state they're in if they had have. But I will continue to press the British Government in regards to this matter. I think it's only right and proper that our businesses here can operate in a way which allows them to compete with businesses only a few metres across the hedge, basically, from them. So I'll continue to raise it.
Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Minister, your department presides over a large number of civil servants from many different community, ethnic and diverse backgrounds. That said, what advice are you giving to your Permanent Secretary to pass on to your staff about their participation and identification with any of the Pride parades that may take place this summer?
This is a HR matter for the civil service. I don't intervene in HR matters with the civil service. So any advice that will be shared with civil servants will come from my Permanent Secretary in consultation with other Permanent Secretaries and the head of the head of civil service.
So you may cite an HR matter, however, it's also a legal matter, and you are the Minister for the department responsible for that workforce. Are you saying that you're going to ignore the legal advice and pass that on to discourage anyone to participate in those parades where they're easily identifiable to be part of your department?
Can I firstly say that I send my solidarity out to the LGBTQ+ community, who are regularly victimised and targeted and abused in this chamber, which I find is disgraceful. So, I find it disgraceful, where people try angles and everything they can think of to target and point at that community. They are our workers, they are civil servants, they carry out duties on behalf of everyone every day, and I commend them for it. So in relation to my answer, it remains the same as was. HR is law, and anybody who's had to deal with HR issues will know that HR is law.
Paul Frey.
Minister, yesterday we launched the baby loss certificates, and that's very welcome, something my party has pushed for many, many months and indeed years. So I congratulate you on your work in that regard. It had come to my attention last night that some of my constituents, whilst trying to apply for the baby loss certificate, Antrim Area Hospital wasn't one of the named hospitals. Can the Minister give me guarantees that he will investigate this to see what the issue is?
Yeah, I will follow that up for the member. Just as way of an update, in this last 24 hours there has been 1,800 applications, which I think is a recognition of the parents out there who want to access these certificates and enter this process. So I will certainly follow that up and see why that is the case.
Mr. Frew.
Minister, for that answer and the success so far of that baby loss certificate. It certainly warrants the need for it in the first place, so that's welcome news. Has the Minister put in place some review into the certification scheme and the application for it, so that we know in a week's time, in a month's time, in 6 months' time, that it is working the way it should be working?
I've asked my colleagues in the Registrar's office to keep me updated on processes, on the progress of it. I suspect there may be a number of glitches, just given the scale of numbers that will apply to this. And in fairness to the GRO team, they got the system up very, very quickly, and with support from across the civil service and elsewhere to get up and going. But thus far, as I say, 1,800 have applied. I've asked for updates on it. I suspect we will run into challenges because as it becomes more and more known, more and more people will apply, but there is a determination within the team to make this work, and thus far that has proven to be the case, and I have no doubt that if we run into glitches, that determination will resolve matters quickly.
Peter Martin.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. I'm going to follow on a theme that my colleague just mentioned there, which is the baby loss certificate scheme. Can the Minister outline what engagement he is currently having with trusts and charities to ensure that any families who have been affected through baby loss are signposted correctly?
Yesterday evening's launch, we had a number of charitable organisations with us who have been to the forefront of this project and have been crucial in ensuring that not only we engage with them, but with many, many parents around the make-up and the delivery of the scheme. That will continue. And that engagement will continue with them because they have been proven to be invaluable partners in this project.
Mr. Martin.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Just in terms then of, he referenced in his answer to my colleague, the GRO, and I believe a figure of 1,800 applications over the last 24 hours. Does he have the confidence and assurance that GRO will be able to process that volume, and if he has any concerns, will he put in place additional staff to service the demand?
GRO have been expecting a significant initial demand for this service and have been preparing for it. I suspect as the days increase or continue, that demand will increase. So we will continue to monitor the situation, and where necessary we will bring in staff to ensure it is being met.
Tom Buchanan.
Thank you. Minister, can you confirm the annual cost of climate-related statutory obligations and spending requirements?
It will be down to each department to report those. I don't have those figures in front of me. I suspect it would require information coming from each department. But measured against those, I suspect we would also have to look at the cost of doing nothing. And whatever your views are on why climate is changing, climate is most certainly changing. And you see the consequences of that across Europe at the moment.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you. Minister, would you agree then that this is having a huge impact on major capital projects, for example within health and education, who are being starved of capital funding, and is it down to the amount that they have to spend on climate change?
There's at least one court case going on at the moment, so I'm conscious of that in terms of my comments. But I do believe that infrastructure can continue in conjunction with the Climate Change Act we have in place. Let's await the outcome of the current judicial review and then assess the situation after that.
Declan
Declan McAleer.
Thank you. Minister, along with yourself and other representatives of this House, I attended the official launch of the Baby Loss Certificate Scheme yesterday in the Long Gallery. Minister, how important do you feel it was to engage parents in the co-design of this very much welcome scheme?
My opinion, has been crucial to the success of the scheme to engage with those parents and their advocacy groups around the scheme, the design of it, what the certificate and what will be on the certificate was vitally important. Because at the end of the day, and there's been full support across this House for this scheme, we were delivering it on their behalf.
Thank you. And that concludes questions to the Minister of Finance. Time is up. We now move on to questions to the Assembly Commission. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 1.
Okay. And I call on Sinead Ennis to answer question number 1. Sinead.
So I thank the member for his question. The Assembly Commission last reviewed its environmental and sustainability policies which relate to energy efficiency as part of its annual environmental management review. This review, which forms part of the Assembly's ISO 14001-2015 accredited environmental management system, is presented to and considered by the senior management team each year. The last review included consideration of energy efficiency in the context of both value for money and improved environmental outcomes. As part of this process, a continuous improvement plan was agreed, setting out actions for the coming year to enhance environmental performance. While many actions focus on improving energy efficiency and reducing costs, the Commission also recognises that not all sustainability initiatives are driven solely by financial savings. While opportunities to improve energy efficiency are actively pursued, it is recognised that fluctuating energy prices can make it challenging to consistently demonstrate cost savings. Energy-specific measures such as the replacement of fluorescent lighting with LED technology are expected to deliver both reduced energy consumption and longer-term financial efficiencies, although the full benefits will take time to materialise as savings accrue over time and are influenced by factors such as energy price fluctuations and operational usage.
Mr Blair for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member of the Commission for that reply. It's good to hear that those reviews take place, of course, but further to the information presented, can I ask if there will be ongoing review of the continuous improvement plan and if the information will be available to members?
Yes, there will be an ongoing review, and as and when we have that information, I'm sure the Commission will be happy to share it with members. I know the member has a specific interest in terms of this. In terms of the continuous improvement plan that was agreed, I can take that back to the Assembly Commission and happily write out to you to provide updates in terms of that as well.
Thank you very much today. I'll call on Mr Butler.
Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and with permission I may need an extra minute to answer this question. Can I thank the member for his question? The Assembly Commission's Public Engagement Strategy 25-27 aims to increase the awareness, improve understanding and enable participation in the work of the Assembly. A wide range of programmes and activities support this aim. Our visitor experience team plays a central role in welcoming visitors to Parliament buildings, providing guided tours, sharing information and signposting facilities. There's visible presence and approachable manner offer a warm welcome for all visitors, and the team takes pride in highlighting the facilities available for everyone who comes to Parliament buildings in 2025, 770 tours were delivered, and the number of events hosted in Parliament buildings almost doubled to 583. Our Education Service promotes its programmes to schools and colleges through an annual September mail-out, outlining provision for the relevant key stages, including a focus on inclusive engagement for children with special education needs. The Education Service website also offers detailed programmed information and classroom resources. The Participation and Outreach team promotes its work through community events such as the Balmoral Show, outreach sessions, newsletters, social media content developed within the communications team. They deliver in all 18 constituencies and welcome groups to Parliament buildings on a regular basis. The Youth Assembly regularly uses social media to promote their work, and when preparing for a new mandate, targeted multimedia recruitment campaigns are used to engage with young people and encourage participation. The Visit and Learning section of the Assembly's website offers a full suite of information of Parliament buildings, including how to arrange a visit, to book a tour, the facilities available, including the dining and accessibility information. The Assembly Commission aims to engage with broad and diverse audiences through a range of social media channels, and staff creates videos and visual content to illustrate the work of the Assembly, while also covering the key events such as committee proceedings, public engagement events and speaker engagements. They also produce a regular The Week in the Northern Ireland Assembly update, outlining the business diary and explaining an assembly term. In addition, a monthly Did You Know series shares insights into the history of the Assembly and Parliament buildings, whilst encouraging the public to visit and take part.
Mr. Butler for a supplementary.
The member for his lengthy and detailed answer. And I want to pay tribute to the education services, the ushers and the events teams who do provide an exemplary service here. And it is with pride that I share and we share this building. Would the member agree with me that there is a further opportunity for a more participatory assembly if people were aware that they can come into the public gallery whilst plenary is sitting, and also to avail of committee sessions to help increase that public confidence in politics in Northern Ireland?
I would like to thank the member for those words and obviously associate myself with those. I think any member would probably want to be associated with those remarks. Yes, and I think, as I did say in my original answer, the staff will be keen to point people in the direction, should it be the public gallery or the committees, to encourage the participation and for others to join in. And I suppose it's a case of continuing to encourage that on an ongoing basis.
I have a very specific question to ask, and I ask it in genuine and good faith. Speaker's Corner, the shop there, is staffed by wonderful Assembly staff, but the shop offer isn't very good, to be perfectly honest. And if you go to other public facilities like Ulster Museum, which is in my constituency, or indeed other Parliament's assemblies, they offer much more interesting stuff to sell, and it generates some revenue for the Assembly. I think lots of people who come to visit this place are probably interested in politics. They're probably interested in our peace process. Would the Assembly Commission look at improving the quality of the offer? That can include books about the peace process, Irish history, our complicated history. It could include other forms of memorabilia. I'm sure we could do it in a way that's sensitive and inclusive, but also actually just about earning us some revenue. And you could also include lots of local Northern Ireland crafts. I just think at the minute we're missing a trick, and we could be, frankly, earning some extra revenue.
Well, I don't want to disagree with the member. For some of us who have been here maybe longer than yourself will notice that actually the offering we have now is much larger than one we had previously. The room is much larger, however. It is fairly restrictive in terms of size, and trying to get that in terms of the coffee room at the same time. But it's something we'll take back to the Commission and allow them time to consider and reflect on your comments.
Question number 3. Mr. Burrows. It's a warm day, that's what it's doing. Ms McAllister.
Whilst providing catering services throughout Parliament buildings, the Assembly Commission strives to meet the differing demands of special dietary needs of our wide customer base, and the service provider is required to provide various dietary options based on diabetic, low salt, allergies, intolerances, ethnic, religious and others such as vegetarian and vegan diets that may be requested from time to time. The Assembly Commission's current service providers' meat suppliers have confirmed that all chicken fillets are certified halal standard. All other meat products currently supplied are not halal certified. They have also advised that halal certified products within their supply chain are pre-stunned prior to slaughter, which is common industry practice in the UK and EU rather than non-stun methods. So in short, the answer is no.
Burrows for supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I have full respect for our diverse communities across the United Kingdom. I do think it is important that we have only halal meat that is stunned in Northern Ireland, and I am grateful for the reassurance from the member representative of the Assembly Commission that is the case in our Blue Flax restaurant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just offer that reassurance that will continue, that we will know the difference, and it will only be non-still halal meat available, and it'll be clearly identified.
We don't do supplementaries on supplementaries, Mr. Burrows. We don't. Mr. Robinson, none of that. Right.
Question number 4, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Allen.
The Commission installed a change in places facility in Parliament buildings in 2011. Standard accessible toilets do not meet the needs of many people, including those with profound and multiple learning disabilities. Our changing places facility is designed to address these needs and includes a height-adjustable changing bench, ceiling-mounted hoist, adjustable sink and ample floor space for carers and equipment. The facility is located on the ground floor near the rear entrance to the Senate chamber. No key or pass is required for access. However, users are asked to ensure the facility remains available for those who require its full specialist features. A new changing bench was procured and installed in the facility in May 2026. In response to feedback received, an additional padded area is planned to be installed behind the bench. Beyond these works, there are no further plans to upgrade the room.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for that response, and I very much welcome the addition of a padded protective area, something that I had lobbied for. I'm keen to know from the member, are there any plans to increase the number of changing places facilities within Parliament buildings to improve accessibility for both staff and visitors?
Thank the member for his follow-up question, and indeed thank him for raising that important matter. It's important that all members across the Assembly, where they do become aware of issues around disability access, that we obviously raise those and the Assembly Commission can consider them. In context of his supplementary, I can confirm that the Assembly Commission has no plans to install additional change in places facilities. However, these will be kept under review.
Sunder.
Speaker, can the Commission outline whether users and disability organisations have been consulted on any proposed upgrades to ensure the facilities here meet practical need? Thank you.
Can I thank the member for supplementary? Yes, the Assembly Commission regularly engages with disability organisations and indeed has a forum in place. I think it dates back over a decade, and it regularly engages with outside stakeholders. And as I've already said, the Assembly Commission is keen to receive feedback from stakeholder disabled people or indeed members.
Question 5. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Mr McGrath, just behind you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with permission, I may need an extra minute to answer this question. While the Assembly Commission is not a delivery body for the Executive's strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, it supports its objectives both as a democratic institution and as an employer. In its democratic role, the Commission contributes to awareness raising, supporting members through briefing, training and awareness sessions, and support for key initiatives including the Women's Caucus, Women's Parliament and the Youth Assembly. It also undertakes work to address abuse and intimidation of MLAs. Since March 2025, the Parliamentary Excellence Programme has delivered dedicated sessions with the Executive Office on the strategic framework and its delivery plan, enhancing members' understanding of the cross-government approach and their role in scrutiny, legislation and constituency engagement. The Women's Parliament is also focused on ending violence against women and girls, highlighting the importance of listening to survivors, strengthening legal protections and ensuring sustainable support for services. In parallel, the Youth Assembly is examining the role of young people, including young men, in challenging the attitude and behaviours that contribute to violence against women and girls. More broadly, the Assembly Commission supports members and committees in carrying out their scrutiny functions, including in relation to the Executive Office's work on this framework. As an employer, the Commission also has a clear responsibility to support the wider aims of the framework by fostering a safe, respectful and supportive workplace. This includes promoting dignity at work, taking action to prevent and address bullying and harassment, supporting staff who may be experiencing domestic abuse and providing wellbeing support through initiatives such as the Employee Support Programme, Mental Health Champions and Staff Health Networks. Finally, members may also be aware that the Speaker held an event last November to mark International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls and recognise the work of Women's Aid and its many volunteers.
Thank my colleague for that answer. Obviously, it's extremely important that both as a facilitator of democratic debate and government here, the Assembly is an exemplar, but also as an employer, as my colleague says. Can I ask what are the formal means or informal means whereby information or best practice even gathered via, for example, the Youth Assembly and the Women's Parliament and the Women's Caucus can be filtered back to, for example, the Executive Office-led working group on violence against women and girls to ensure that we are, as a corporate body, contributing to that work?
Well, indeed, as the member mentions, one example is that Assembly Women's Caucus, which has a particular focus on supporting women in public life and highlighting the increasing challenges that women face in the digital sphere, including online abuse. This year, the caucus is undertaking a gender-sensitive audit and is working with RAISE and other partners to develop a constituency service guide on online safety. This will be a set of resources to help members to support their constituents seeking information, advice and practical assistance to report and respond to instances of online abuse and digital harms. But it does provide an example of where there is an initiative that is delivered through the Commission that scopes out and takes its learning and then uses the ability that it has and to flex its muscle within its own organisational structures to push out that learning and to assist. And that takes place right across various different methods that the Commission operates within.
I thank the member for her question. The Sign Language Bill makes provision for the recognition and promotion of British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language. Once enacted and commenced, it is expected to place duties on prescribed organisations, including duties to take reasonable steps to ensure that the information and services they provide are as accessible to people in the deaf community as they are to others. Further detail on those duties is expected to be set out in statutory guidance in due course. Sign language interpretation services are currently provided to the Assembly Commission through the Sign Language Interpretation Services contract. This contract provides for the interpretation of one question time each week in both BSL and ISL, and for sign language interpretation to meet other ad hoc business needs. During the passage of the Sign Language Bill, the contract was used to support accessibility at each stage of the legislative process. This included interpretation of the call for evidence, enabling BSL and ISL users to submit responses in video format, and interpretation of amendments to the bill, which were then made available on the Assembly website. Feedback received from the members of the deaf community was positive. On publication of the statutory guidance, the Assembly Commission will consider its responsibilities and determine whether any related policy or procedural changes are required. The Assembly Commission will ensure that future contractual arrangements support the Commission's statutory responsibilities and enable the continued delivery of plenary and committee business in a way that is responsive to the needs of the deaf community.
Ms Ferguson for a supplementary.
Thank you for your detailed answer. Is the Commission Sign Language Interpretation Services contract available to members, for instance, if they needed to book interpreters?
Thank you. Yes, the current contract is for use by Assembly Commission business areas and does not presently extend to members' individual constituency or any party political requirements. However, as the contract is due to expire in April 2027, the scope of future provision can be considered as part of planning for the next contractual arrangements. The Assembly Commission does, however, make funding available to members from their constituency office operating costs to cover the expenditure incurred to provide constituency services, including for sign language and interpretation support.
And again, I may need to require an extra minute to answer this question. Can I thank the member for her question? The Assembly Commission's School Work Experience Programme is facilitated through a partnership between our internal education services team and an organisation called Futures for All, a social mobility charity. The programme aims to be as inclusive as possible for all young people, including those with special needs and disabilities or educational support needs. All schools who are registered with the Futures for All are eligible to put forward pupils for participation in the programme, including pupils with SEND and special educational needs. Participants are then considered and provided for both during online and in-person sessions. The Assembly Commission has also an apprenticeship and placement framework which provides opportunity for people with a disability to avail of a short-term supportive placements. Such placements are arranged by the Commission's Human Resources Office, working in partnership with an external umbrella body which supports a range of organisations that work with individuals who have a disability. Implementing supporting placements for people with a disability is in action within the Assembly Commission Disability Action Plan. The Assembly Commission has also sought to ensure that young people with disabilities are represented in the Youth Assembly and have an opportunity to share their views and directly influence decisions taken by the Assembly. For the recruitment for the current Youth Assembly and based on research on the youth demographic in Northern Ireland, a minimum of 10 young people with disabilities was sought in order to be representative of the data. Of the 90 young people appointed to the Youth Assembly, 18 have a disability. This commitment to inclusive recruitment is also reflected in the Assembly Commission's wider contract arrangements, and over recent years the support services contractor, which provides catering, cleaning, porterage and related help desk services, has developed links with social enterprises, leading to permanent employment of 5 team members. Building on this approach, the Assembly Commission will explore further opportunities to embed social value in the delivery of these services during the next contract term. The Assembly Commission will continue to identify further actions that could help with people with special education needs and disabilities access meaningful work experience opportunities at the Assembly.
For the answer, I think all the members of the Education Committee were rightly challenged recently by Amal from Caleb's Cause to try encourage us to bring in kids with SEND or disabilities for work experience. So it's encouraging to hear the facilities that are there already. Can I ask how many supported placements have taken place?
Following the apprenticeship and placement framework in June 2019, implementation of supported placements was initially delayed by the COVID-19. 3 supported placements have now completed, and the feedback from the business areas involved and the individuals involved has all been very positive.
Deputy Speaker, question number 8, please.
Thank the member for his question. The Assembly Commission is progressing a programme of remedial works to address defects identified in the roof of Parliament buildings and to protect the long-term integrity of this Grade A listed building. And the works have been structured in 2 phases. Phase 1 focuses on priority health and safety works, including repairs to the rear parapet and internal courtyards, where scaffolding is currently in place. A contractor has been appointed and works are underway, with completion expected by the end of August 2026. Phase 2 will address wider water ingress issues across the remainder of the roof. This phase will include detailed investigations, the development of options and the appointment of an integrated consultancy team to inform the full scope of work. Subject to the outcome of these investigations, a full programme of works will be developed to address the remaining issues.
Mr McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for the answer. Has any additional damage been identified during the works currently ongoing?
Assembly Commission recognises that this issue has been a long and protracted issue, and the extent of the deterioration in courtyards 1, 2 and 3 is less significant, thankfully, than initially anticipated. However, early investigations have identified some additional complexities, including localised stone deterioration and issues in courtyard 8, and these are being carefully managed, and where necessary interim works may be brought forward to address any emergent issues or any emerging risks. Again, the Assembly Commission just want to highlight that we recognise that this issue is long-standing and ongoing, but we are processing it and ensuring the works can be done as quickly as possible.
Dillon.
Question number 9.
Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. There are 2 accessible toilet cubicles available to visitors on the ground floor, one designated for male use and one for female use. On the first floor, there is an additional accessible toilet facility that is available for use by all visitors. In addition, and as mentioned in my response to Mr Robinson, the building provides a changing places facility designed to meet the needs of individuals with complex requirements, including those with profound and multiple learning disabilities. Again, as referenced in my previous answer, this facility includes a height adjustable changing bench, ceiling mounted hoist, adjustable sink and sufficient space for carers and specialist equipment. The Change in Places facility is located on the ground floor near the rear entrance to the Senate chamber. It is also registered on the Change in Places website to help ensure that those who may benefit from this provision are aware of its availability. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for that answer. Has the Commission made any assessment if the current facilities actually deter people with disabilities from attending Parliament buildings? And I know obviously we do have accessible bathrooms, but I notice even on the 3rd floor in the bathroom, the disabled bathroom, it would be a struggle for me, who is able-bodied, to reach the toilet roll dispenser, so I don't know how anybody with a disability would. So I just think that there are some things that need to be reviewed and looked at again.
Mr Allen, can I thank the member for her follow-up question. While no formal assessment has been undertaken to establish a direct correlation between facilities and attendance by people with disabilities, we regularly engage with and welcome to Parliament buildings people with disabilities through a range of forums, including involvement with the Youth Assembly, Disabled Persons Parliament and targeted engagement activities. We also welcome regular visitors with disabilities. Feedback from such forums and visitors continues to play a key role in shaping our approach to improving accessibility and inclusion, and the Assembly Commission endeavours to cater for specific individual requirements. An extended disability advisory group, an external disability advisory group consisting of representatives from disability groups was established in 2009. Any issue raised by the group and considered issues raised by the group are considered. A recently completed disability access audit has provided some further recommendations which are being actively progressed. And indeed, I'm sure the officials will have picked up the comments made by the member, or indeed if she wants to correspond directly with the Commission, I'm sure we'll obviously consider those as well. It's important that we make this building as accessible as we possibly can within the confines of its Grade A listed status for everybody that wants to come to it.
Mr. Matheson.
Please. The member for his question. The Assembly Commission currently has 5 defibrillators located at the front reception, basement control room, Blue Flax restaurant, Long Gallery and on the 4th floor. All 5 devices were registered on the circuit in September 2025, with the most recent status check completed on the 25th of May 2026. To date, none of the defibrillators have been required for use. However, they remain fully operational and ready if needed.
Mr. Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for the answer. And I know that will be welcome news. I know the British Heart Foundation have been very keen to ensure that registration went ahead. Are there any plans to share information across all users of the building as to where those defibrillators are located, so that they can be accessed easily in an emergency?
Yes, I thank you for that question. The Commission is obviously committed to ensuring that all building users, even those that just visit, are aware of the locations of the devices so they can be quickly accessed in an emergency. So to support this, the defibrillator locations are listed on both Assist and the Members Portal and are also covered in first aid training. And to further raise awareness, the Health and Safety team will begin distributing postmasters to all building users, highlighting where the locations are so that if they're needed, people can access them as quickly as possible.
Ms. Nicholl.
Question. The Assembly Commission is mindful of the different individual needs of users and visitors to Parliament buildings. The Assembly Commission requires its service provider to deliver comprehensive cleaning services that maintain the highest levels of health, safety and hygiene, and in accordance with the British Institute of Cleaning Science cleaning standards. Whilst providing catering services throughout Parliament buildings, the service provider is required to comply with all the relevant legislation and best practice guidance. In addition, the Assembly Commission strives to meet the differing needs and dietary requirements of our wide customer base, and the service provider is required to provide various dietary options based on, for example, diabetic, low salt, allergies, intolerances and other things such as vegetarian and vegan diets on request. Specifically, the service provider operates an allergen management system based on statutory and established food safety procedures. This includes key control points such as the provision of clear allergen information, appropriate food display and labelling, staff training and safe food preparation practices.
Ms. Nicholl for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for the answer. We recently held a National Allergy Strategy launch in the Long Gallery, and I'd just like to put on record my thanks to the catering team led by Alan for how well they dealt with it. In working with people who have serious allergies, so often it's viewed as just being about catering and about food, but it's up to all of us to know how we can support people as best we can. Would the Commission be open to looking at how more staff can administer EpiPens and maybe have EpiPens on site so that we can support people if anyone were to need them?
It's a really important point that the member raises, because I think while the Assembly Commission has set out everything it is required to do in terms of legislation, it's probably that hands-on, in-person experience that staff need. So if something happens, they know what to do, they know what the procedure is. So I know as a Commission, the Assembly does comply with its statutory requirements. I think it's more commonly known as Natasha's Law in terms of the food preparation, as you have alluded to. But certainly I will take this back to the Commission and we can discuss if there's more we could be doing in terms of hands-on, that first responder sort of response if something does happen. Are the staff equipped to, as you said, deliver that that necessary first response? So absolutely, we'll take that back and we'll discuss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes questions to the Commission. We will take our ease for a few moments just as we hand over the top table. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay.
Point of order, Ms. Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today on this sitting day, the Finance Minister issued a written ministerial statement at 12:03, embargoed until 2:30 on the 25-26 provisional outturn and available funding for 26-27. This was embargoed until the end of listed oral questions and in the opening of topicals, so it didn't give myself and another of other members the opportunity to question this. And Mr. Speaker, given there was a debate on the budget yesterday, the serious financial circumstances we find ourselves in, with at least half a dozen questions that I would have hoped that myself and other members could have had the opportunity to bring, could you advise if it was in order for this to come this way without members being able to have the chance to ask questions on the floor of the House?
Well, members know my views on these matters, that particularly on sitting days, these matters should be brought to the House, and then the House can ask questions of it. And I would normally say if that happens that members can come by urgent oral. Urgent oral is normally the in for 10:30, and consequently I wasn't able to accept the urgent oral that you put in today, but there's nothing stopping me accepting that urgent oral on Monday, and that's what I probably plan to do, because I won't have ministers treating the House with contempt. And that's what's happened here, and that's not something that I'm going to allow to happen while I'm Speaker of the House. Move back to the Harbours Bill, and I call Militia McHugh.
Concorla agus buas leis an air fásta fahanne an Harbours Bill a gold I'd like to thank the Minister as well for bringing to the fore the Harbours Bill. I welcome the introduction of the Harbours Bill and commend Minister Liz Kimmins for bringing forward legislation that seeks to modernise the framework within which ports operate. Our ports are critical pieces of economic infrastructure. From Belfast to Larne, Derry, Warrenpoint and Coleraine, they serve as gateways through which much of our trade flows, supporting jobs, businesses and communities right across the north. Ensuring that they are equipped to respond to modern commercial challenges is therefore an important objective. For many years, trust ports have highlighted constraints within the existing legislative arrangements, particularly around access to finance and their ability to invest strategically for the future. At present, they are largely dependent on borrowing through the Department's capital arrangements, which can limit their flexibility and their capacity to compete with ports elsewhere across these islands. The bill represents an opportunity to address those issues by updating governance arrangements and providing ports with greater commercial agility. We can help to ensure they remain competitive, continue to attract investment and strengthen their contribution to economic growth. Some have expressed concerns that these proposals may be a step towards privatisation. I don't believe that that is the case. They will continue to operate for the benefit of the public interest rather than private shareholders, and any profits generated will still have to be reinvested back into the port and its operations. Importantly, there will continue to be accountability and oversight through board structures, including representation from local elected members, as is already the case at Belfast Harbour. That public connection and democratic input is an important safeguard and one that should provide reassurance. As a party, Sinn Féin has been clear that we do not support the free ports model. This legislation is not about creating free ports, nor is it about transferring publicly held assets into private hands. Rather, it is about ensuring that our existing trust ports have the tools they need to operate effectively in an increasingly competitive environment, while retaining their unique status and public purpose. Ultimately, strong and successful ports benefit all of us. They support employment, facilitate trade, enhance connectivity and contribute significantly to our local and regional economies. My party therefore welcomes the introduction of the Harbours Bill and look forward to engaging constructively as it is progressed through the Assembly to ensure it delivers for our ports, our economy and the communities that rely upon them.
I'm pleased to speak on this second stage debate on the Harbours Bill this afternoon. As a member of the Committee for Infrastructure, and I too support the general intention of the bill, which is ultimately to provide greater commercial flexibility to all the trust ports here in Northern Ireland, which are such a key part of our local economy. There are also some important provisions around maritime safety, which is of course also a critically important issue and worthy of consideration here today. The reclassification of trust ports by the Office of National Statistics would mean that they could borrow without any impact on public sector accounts, and which will importantly unlock investment by the trust ports, which will further help to stimulate economic growth and create jobs right across Northern Ireland, which should be the focus for all of us here in the House today, and something that we can all support and get behind. There is no doubt that all of our trust ports already deliver significant economic and social benefits, but they are telling us that they can and want to do more and are willing to do more, and I believe we should be agile enough to consider this and also always be in listening mode. This legislation paves the way for the borrowing capabilities they need to properly invest in the critical infrastructure which is under their stewardship, and it will help to safeguard these important assets for today and also for future generations to come. There is a clear consensus and general support for the direction of travel, and I know that the trust ports do all support this legislation, and that was reflective in the responses to the recent consultation carried out just last year on this important issue. And I think it is also notable that trust ports in the rest of the United Kingdom, in Scotland, England and Wales, have been reclassified with no issues. The Harbours Bill would therefore better equip our ports to compete effectively with other ports both in GB and indeed in the Republic of Ireland. And I know the Infrastructure Committee did visit the Belfast Harbour last year, just over a year ago, and hear directly from their representatives, and also importantly to see for ourselves both the current facilities and also the potential for further. And it was indeed a very interesting visit by the committee, and I know that the committee has changed a small bit since, but it certainly was an important visit. And it is, our harbours are very much a key driver of our economy and do employ over 20,000 people within the harbour state alone, supporting over 15% of our country's total annual output. And we see even the developments with the D3 cruise terminal, with the work ongoing there within the Belfast Harbour, which does border my own constituency, and that 90 million project alone is very, very significant, as it further supports the Northern Ireland tourism growth sector, which is cruise liners. I think we can all see that day and daily, particularly at this time of year, and the positive impact that they do have on our country and our economy. The harbour, Belfast Harbour, has invested over 370 million in the last 10 years, with another 313 million planned to the end of 29 as part of their advanced regional prosperity strategy. This, combined with the ambitious projects in their 2050 master plan, does lead for significant potential to really unlock further economic activity for our country. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we do proceed now with the committee stage of this legislation, particularly given its late arrival to us at this stage of the mandate. We all know that we are operating within the current time constraints and the shortened mandate of that time that we have left. We have to make the most of it, certainly, and improve the conditions for the trust ports. So for the reasons I have outlined and those of my colleagues, I am happy to support this stage of the bill and look forward to its continued progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I also want to thank the Infrastructure Chairperson as well as the committee members and MLAs for their comments on this bill. I'll start by addressing some of the general issues and the points that have been raised, and I firstly want to thank everyone for the support for the bill. I think you're right in that this is a significant opportunity for us to ensure that our ports can realise their full potential, and a number of members alluded to the Belfast Harbour Master Plan, and I have attended the recent launch and have worked with Belfast Harbour since coming into post, and I think it's a very exciting plan that will transform the future of the harbour in Belfast. I also want to address the issues in relation to Warren Point Harbour, and my colleague Sinead Ennis, as have MLAs for Southdown, Andy McMurray and Colin McGrath, have raised this. And you know, being a neighbouring constituency, it's an issue I am very aware of and one that I am very concerned about. And I want to put that on the record as a local MLA, but also as someone who visits Warren Point and has worked in Warren Point in the past. It is an absolutely beautiful place and somewhere I love to take my own children. So anything that impacts on the local community there is something that absolutely needs addressed. But I have to be very, very clear in terms of my responsibilities, and I want to ensure that members leave this House today with no ambiguity in terms of who has responsibility in relation to the issues that have arisen and what powers I have as Minister in relation to this. So just, I suppose, specifically in relation to the Article 4 directions that many have mentioned. So even though the 4 trust ports will no longer be subject to Article 4 directions, they will still remain subject to a range of legal, statutory, regulatory and accountability checks. And the power of direction enables the Department to issue directions to designated harbour authorities, but only in relation to the exercise of their statutory functions. This power was introduced in 2002, and I think, as one of the members has said today, it has never been used. My department's powers in respect of Warren Point specifically are limited to the port's statutory functions. That concerns the operation, improvement, maintenance and management of the harbour as set out in the Harbours Act 1970 and the Warren Point Harbour Authority Order 2002. These powers do not extend to managing third-party operational practices, directing tenants, regulating environmental issues or addressing issues such as odour or air quality. And I think it's important at this point in relation to that issue, because that is what is fundamentally impacting on the lives of people in Warren Point. Ports are required to comply with environmental law, which is enforced by the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, the NIEA. And I have met with the chairperson of Warren Point Harbour, and I've reflected my concerns both as a local constituency representative close to Southdown, but also in my role as Minister, and the relationship we have with Warren Point Harbour, because I know this is a massive issue and it needs to be addressed. In terms of making sure that I had no role within that, we sought legal advice as to whether this power could be applied in the way that members have asked for me to do, and I know the community have raised. And the legal advice reinforced that position, that the power can only be used in relation to the harbour's statutory functions, and therefore it is not appropriate to use it in these circumstances. So I think that's a very important piece of information that I really wanted to get on the record, because let me be very clear. If there was more I could do in relation to this, I absolutely would. I would never shirk on my responsibility in relation to this. But I can only work within the legislative framework that I have, and I think that others need to look at the legislative framework and the legislative responsibility that they have under current legislation, and also in terms of the NIA. I'll give way.
Given way and accept entirely the explanation that she has given them to the roles, remit and responsibility that different departments, ministers and agencies have regarding this particular issue. I know, Minister, you say you can only do what's in the legislative framework. You can change the legislative framework, and that's what we're doing. Would you have any concerns that even when DFI has a degree of control or over ports, you weren't able to exercise that in a way to address an issue like this, and the passage of this bill could see even less control centrally?
I think the point we need to be clear on is there is legislation in place that the ports are required to comply with, and that is under environmental orders, and that I think is the best route to deal with this. You know, we have talked here today about getting that balance right, about giving ports autonomy to, you know, be able to borrow more and to be able to do that, but which will benefit not just the port themselves but the wider community, our local economy, tourism, etc., but also continuing to keep within the control in terms of a government department. But there's been a lot of talk today about relinquishing power that could deal with. I can't relinquish a power that I don't have, and I think that's the key point here. So look, this will be going to the committee for scrutiny, and there will be opportunities. I think officials are up tomorrow in relation to this anyway, where we can look at that in more detail. But the powers are there if the dear Minister wanted to implement them, and I think that's very clear. NIA have a clear role in this, and I know to date that they've said that there is no breaches that they're aware of. But I don't want to veer into something that's not my area, and I think that there is a clear framework there, and that should be applied. And people should listen to the community in Warrenpoint and the very real impact that this has had for the last 3 years. So, yes.
Well, thank the Minister for that intervention. And Minister, actually, you're talking about DARA, and I'm glad that you did that. Actually, in clause 4 of the EFM, I was looking at this, and I'm not aware of the context, particularly of the situation on Warrenpoint, but I think the EFM makes pretty clear that it is DARA, and in the case of fisheries harbours, and the Department of Infrastructure for any other harbour. I'm just wondering, in the context of what we're talking about, which is environmental concerns, have you had any conversations with the DARA Minister regarding either this or the bill that's being brought forward, in terms of trying to take forward some of the concerns that people have raised today in relation to the bill?
I have previously spoken to him even ahead of this bill coming through the Assembly to highlight the concerns. You know, I have recently, as I said, last year met with the Chair of Warrenpoint Harbour, who in fairness also raised his concerns, but I emphasise that this needs to be addressed, and we need to ensure that everyone who has a role to play plays that part, and I can do that as far as within my remit. So look, I think it's long enough on record to know that there is a significant issue here. My understanding is it hasn't improved, nor has it gone away, and I think that we have to really listen to the people of Warrenpoint and ensure that it's dealt with appropriately, efficiently and effectively for the future. Last time.
I do appreciate trying to make progress, and just to clarify, I think what you said there regarding that you weren't aware of any breaches of that had been raised in the NIEA, would you agree with me in certain regards then that actually this is a wider issue about how we deal with our waste and how we deal with the export of our waste, and actually that is the solution? I know I don't want to segue too much, but since it's been risen, that actually how we deal with our waste being exported is how we deal with the Warrenpoint issue, Chair?
Well, what I actually said was, according to NIA, they weren't aware of any breaches. But what I'm saying is how robust has that investigation been in relation to this? Because the people of Warrenpoint aren't making this up. And that's the bottom line. They're living this, when it occurs. So I think just to be very clear in what I'm saying, that is the feedback that has been provided to my knowledge. And if any member who knows different wants to intervene, I'm happy to take that intervention. What I'm saying in terms, there's also a planning process that is another way that in terms of when different organisations or businesses move into port property. So there are different processes in place that address all of that. In terms of waste and storing waste wouldn't naturally be a responsibility for the Department for Infrastructure. Yes, planning is under our control, but obviously that goes through local council as well. So there are a number of ways that this can be looked at. I will indeed. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I think the attempts to, the contact that we've had from members of the public in Warrenpoint and the attempts to try and amend this bill and understand actually what the bill does shows the level of desperation we're at now, where anything that is related to the harbour, anything that constitutes a change in how the harbour runs will be latched onto as seen as a vehicle to try and rectify the very horrendous situation that constituents in Warrenpoint are facing. But I think the problem is, and if I'm not suggesting the member wants to get into it now, that now isn't the appropriate time, but when we're talking about breaches of environmental regulations or there's environmental nuisance, we need to look at enforcement and how it is not actually working for people, it's not actually doing the job it's supposed to do. Rather than punish offenders, what the NIEA are doing is helping them get compliant again. Get them compliant again so that they can break the rules again. That needs to end, and I am very open, and I'm sure others will be very open to having that conversation with the Minister, because that is an intolerable situation, as I know you will agree, for our constituents in Warrenpoint. So I suppose in terms of the question, would the Minister agree that the provisions in this bill that allows ports to actually widen their horizons and attract more commercial opportunities will actually help ports like Warrenpoint, that they can look, they're not restricted to companies like Regen who are a nuisance, their operation is a nuisance to the people in Warrenpoint. They're not restricted to these rogue enterprises, and that they can actually look for more sustainable investment in the port that doesn't impact adversely on local communities.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the experience of Warrenpoint is one that many will be looking to for future when taking on potentially new tenants as well. And I suppose just to finish on that aspect of this, the removal of the power direction in relation to trust ports doesn't mean that all control is removed from the ports, and I think that has to be made absolutely clear. The Department will continue in maintaining its responsibility and oversight of the legislative and policy framework. We also will retain a role in appointing board members, and I think someone had mentioned in the debate around the community as stakeholders, and that's why we will be appointing councillors to the board, and I think they play a very important role in oversight and ensuring there is a proper accountability, and I hope that going forward we can see that strengthened. I know at this point in time there have been issues just specific to Warrenpoint in relation to that, but we need to ensure that the community voice is represented, and that is the purpose of that. We also plan to bring forward secondary legislation for each trust port and introduce governance guidance that will help trust ports to deliver their aim of managing, maintaining and improving their harbour in the broad public interest. So, like my colleague has said there, this is an opportunity to really look at that and ensure that they are doing that in such a way that has everybody's interests at heart. So I think we also need to remember that this applies to all 4 ports, and we want to ensure that we are giving our port, they're key aspects of our economy, key tourism drivers, and we have seen that through Belfast. Warrenpoint benefits hugely from the cruise ships that do come in there too, and having worked in the point for many years, I can see, and obviously members from that area will see it all the time, the benefit that has to local business and hospitality and everything, and why not, because it's an absolutely beautiful place. So it is, as I've said earlier, it's about getting that balance right, that we're loosening the shackles to allow them to thrive, but while also continuing to have that oversight and management as far as we need to have. And look, I'm happy to continue to work with all members to ensure that what is delivered is robust. So I hope that this has provided members with an overview of the policy intention behind the bill. If there are any points that I haven't covered, I'm happy to address those in correspondence if required. And I do think it's been a valuable opportunity to get members' views at this stage of the legislation passing through the House, and I am pleased that the general consensus has been positive and supportive of the bill and of its principles. And finally, I believe that this Act will play a significant role in empowering my department and our trust boards to operate more effectively and to strengthen their contribution to the economy. And I want to thank members for their support and to commend the bill to you.
The question is that the second stage of the Harbours Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Harbours Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Infrastructure. Moving on, the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft Motor Vehicles Specified Restrictions Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Infrastructure to move the motion.
Concordia, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there is no time limit in this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
The regulations before us today will amend the Motor Vehicles Specified Restrictions Regulations NI 1998. These amending regulations are required to facilitate the introduction of graduated driver licensing. I believe that GDL has the potential to deliver significant road safety benefits, not least for our young drivers, but particularly for our young male drivers who are unfortunately but significantly overrepresented in road traffic collision statistics. In 2024, the most recent year for which we have published figures, there were 164 people killed or seriously injured from collisions where a car driver aged 17 to 23 was responsible. Also in 2024, there were 12 people killed or seriously injured from collisions where a motorcyclist aged 17 to 23 was responsible. So far this year, we have lost 6 young people aged between 16 and 24 years of age. And you'll agree that every single death is an immeasurable loss, and we must do all we can to prevent more of our young people from dying on our roads. Road safety remains a key priority for me. One death on our roads is always one too many. So far in 2026, 33 people have lost their lives, and I want to pay tribute to young Courtney McCormick in my own constituency, a 6-year-old girl who sadly lost her life yesterday. And a family plunged into grief at this horrendous time. That is one person every 5 days since the start of the year. So my thoughts are with the McCormick family and all families affected by the death of a loved one. GDL is only one of the road safety interventions I am introducing in this mandate to help address those unacceptable casualty statistics. Other key actions I am taking forward include the introduction of a lower legal alcohol limit, legislation to further address the use of mobile phones while driving, a Safer Journeys to School programme and related legislation, the examination of options for increasing speeding fines, and the development of a new engineering-based solutions to target and mitigate risks on the routes with the highest collision rates. My department also continues to deliver targeted and relevant road safety campaigns and educational programmes, the latest being the Road Wise Up campaigns to address driver inattention and carelessness, speeding and drug driving. Once the 4 vital pieces of GDL enabling legislation I've proposed are made and in place, including the regulations before us today, I will be launching a dedicated public information campaign in advance of GDL going live. The campaign will communicate the core road safety messages underpinning the policy. It will also promote awareness of the rationale for the introduction of GDL and its contribution to improved road safety outcomes. As many members will be aware, the GDL framework and its essential measures are set out in the Road Traffic Amendment Act NI 2016, and this represents not only the will of the Assembly at the time the Act came into force, but, and I firmly believe, a significant life-saving intervention that we can all support today. I want to acknowledge the collective work that we all do to promote road safety. And whilst one of my top priorities as Infrastructure Minister is to contribute through the work of my department to reducing deaths and serious injuries on our roads, I do not do so in isolation. I want to thank the Infrastructure Committee in particular for its work in scrutinising the GDL subordinate legislation that I have proposed, and especially for their assistance in getting this piece of legislation before the House for approval in advance of our summer recess. GDL will help our new drivers become experienced, skilled and safe. It focuses on the learning and new driver phases of our driving journey and includes post-test protections for newly qualified drivers. Once introduced, the scheme will provide a new foundation for improving driving standards, including a 6-month mandatory minimum learning period for Category B learners, the requirement to complete a programme of training and logbook, removal of the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit for learners and newly qualified drivers, a 24-month new driver period with new two-part OR plate and post-test passenger restrictions for Category B drivers. The regulations we consider today are one of a suite of 4 linked and interdependent pieces of subordinate legislation which must become operational on the same date. This is required to ensure that GDL can be introduced on the 1st of October this year and that it operates as intended from the start. These specified restrictions, amending regulations, are made under powers conferred by the Road Traffic NI Order 1981. They reflect the introduction of revised restrictions for newly qualified drivers of Category B motor vehicles and Category A, A1 and A2 motorcycles. In particular, they prescribe the new distinguishing mark, the OR plate, which must be displayed by newly qualified drivers and riders for a 2-year new driver period. There will be 2 parts to the OR plate. For the initial 6 months, the plate will be a blue OR on a white background, and it will highlight that the driver is a new driver and still developing the skills needed to be a safe driver. It would also help inform enforcement agencies that the driver is within the passenger restriction period. The second stage OR plate is a white OR on a blue background and must be displayed for the remaining 18 months of the new driver period. This is intended to help deter high-risk behaviour and inform other road users of the relative inexperience of the driver. It will also help inform enforcement agencies that the driver is within the 2-year probationary period established by the Road Traffic New Drivers NI Order 1998. The Assembly's approval of these specified restrictions amending regulations will herald the introduction of GDL and enable me to move to make the other GDL enabling SRs that are also required. That will give certainty to this life-saving measure becoming operational as planned on the 1st of October. I commend the motion to the Assembly and ask that it approves the regulations.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to rise to make some comments as the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee as we consider the delegated legislation before us, or GDL, that we're considering today. And I would want to associate myself, and I'm sure the committee's comments, with the ministers regarding the death of that young girl, Courtney McCormick, who was killed very recently, and you referenced that in your opening comments. And I think it probably illustrates that, and I will come on to this, but it certainly illustrates the fact that anything that we can do here to improve road safety in Northern Ireland is something that we should invest our time and efforts in. Whilst today's motion concerns one of the 4 legislative instruments required to implement GDL, namely the Motor Vehicles Specified Restrictions Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2026, which is subject to draft affirmative procedure. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, it's important to consider this proposal in the context of the wider legislative package required to bring GDL into operation, and the Minister obviously referenced that at the outset. I wish to make clear that the committee has been supportive of the principle of GDL. As the Minister referenced in her speech, it was the Road Traffic Amendment Act Northern Ireland 2016 which actually established the legislative framework for GDL, and it had the objective of reducing deaths and serious injuries among newly qualified drivers, and I'm sure that's one that every member of this House would support. I will have to note that the committee members became aware of the regs and the proposals for these through Good Morning Ulster in January of this year, and I think all committee members were disappointed by that. I'm not going to dwell on it, but we would have liked to have heard from the Minister in this place first before hearing about it in the media, and certainly I hope going forward there has been learning in all parts regarding that. Statutory committees, as we all know, play a central role in this Assembly in terms of scrutiny, a really crucial role, and therefore should be afforded the respect of being informed of major policy announcements, not through the media. Notwithstanding these concerns, the committee approaches scrutiny of these policies constructively. Departmental officials briefed the committee on GDL on the 4th of February 2026. The committee then initially considered the proposals and proposed SRs on the 25th of February and launched a public call for views. Consultation closed on the 10th of March. The 25th of March, the committee took oral evidence from the Association of British Insurers, the Driving Instructors Association and the Northern Ireland Approved Instructors Council, and finally the Youth Assembly. The committee subsequently received further correspondence from the Department and undertook some additional scrutiny before seeking further assurances from key stakeholders. Throughout that process, Mr. Speaker, the committee's principal concern was not the policy objective of GDL itself, which we obviously supported, but perhaps the manner in which implementation was being handled. And so we had to assure ourselves that not only was that implementation going according to timeframe, but also that proper scrutiny was being applied to it. Members recognise the Department's desire to introduce an important road safety measure, and I recognise the Minister's personal desire to see road safety as a priority. However, the legislation underpinning GDL is 10 years old, and while the consultation and policy development that informed that is actually older still. Despite this, the committee was advised that any delay in progressing the legislation could delay the implementation of GDL and potentially place lives at risks. Whilst members took those things very seriously, we also felt that legitimate parliamentary scrutiny should not be presented as an obstacle for delivery. The committee has a statutory responsibility to test evidence, to hear from stakeholders and satisfy itself that legislation is workable, proportionate and capable of being implemented effectively. That scrutiny rule must be respected and properly factored into departmental planning. I would have to reflect that as committee chair, I have felt that this has gone at a pace that I have found at times awkward. A lot has been asked of the committee at the same time as taking forward an executive piece of legislation. But I think I reflect all the committee members' views in saying that sometimes we were meant to feel responsible for delays in an area that has sat within this place for 10 years and has been in development for even longer. For that reason, the committee was determined to hear directly from those who were going to be most affected by these proposals. I put up something on my Facebook page, a post about GDL, and it got, I think it was 275,000 views, including views from Canada and Australia. Everyone wanted to be involved in GDL. However, evidence from driving instructors and that sector was crucial, and all committee members accepted that. Both the Driving Instructors Association and the Northern Ireland Approved Instructors Council raised concerns about communication on this issue, consultation and preparedness of the sector in terms of GDL. They pointed to limited engagement from the department with instructors, uncertainty around operational arrangements and a lack of clarity regarding how implementation would work in practice. The committee heard from the Association of British Insurers. ABI was broadly supportive of GDL with the objective of improving road safety. However, it cautioned against assumptions that GDL alone would lead to lower insurance premiums and provided some level of clarity around concerns that had been raised around instructor liability. Members were very keen to hear directly from young people who were probably going to be most affected by the change in GDL, and so we consulted with the Youth Assembly. The committee was very impressed by the thoughtful and constructive nature of that engagement. The Youth Assembly, while supportive of safer roads, raised some questions around affordability, insurance costs, enforcement, fairness, rural impacts and the practical realities facing young drivers. They also highlighted concerns regarding the lack of recent consultation and the need for training and education that reflects real-world experiences. Although the committee's formal call for views generated only one response, members were contacted by a whole range of interested individuals and stakeholders. Most of them are constituents, and so we got first-hand the views of many. Having considered all this evidence, the committee ultimately concluded that it would not be appropriate to proceed until it was fully satisfied that the driving instructor sector believed that the proposed date, the Minister's reference of the 1st of October 2026, was realistic and achievable. So the committee sought further views from both of those organisations, and following additional engagement with the sector, DVA and other stakeholders. Finally, assurances were received and the committee was content to support the proposals. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, all members of the committee have supported the policy intent of GDL and share the hope that it will have the effect of safer roads. At the same time, the committee has fulfilled its scrutiny responsibilities. It certainly challenged the department and the minister where necessary. It sought additional evidence where it saw fit, and it ensured that those most affected had the opportunity to be heard and secured the assurances that we needed before supporting any implementation. And this is how Assembly scrutiny should work. Not against the department, but with the department. So, Mr Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to make a few short points then as a DUP infrastructure lead. And as I have referenced in my role as committee chair, I accept that the Minister's policy intent here is road safety. Every single death on our roads is one too many, and the Minister in her opening speech referenced one death that had occurred in her constituency. So this place needs to do everything in its power to ensure that we decrease the numbers of road deaths and injuries in Northern Ireland. Last year there were 56 deaths on our roads, and if GDL assists in reducing this number next year, then this is something that we would of course support. We have been told at the committee that certainly the department's hope is that insurance premiums will come down as part of GDL. That is something that obviously all members of this place will be concerned about, especially for our young drivers, and that's something that we want to especially keep an eye on to see if GDL has the impact that has been suggested, that insurance premiums could come down. But for me, Mr Speaker, the key is road safety, and all of us will have met a family who's lost a loved one on the roads, and as I have indicated, every loss brings a world-changing event for a family, especially if that is a young person. Mr Speaker, I am content with the legislation as brought before the Assembly today. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
I want to echo the Minister's condolences for the McCormick family after the tragic death of their little angel Courtney. And I can offer no words that can soothe their pain, their grief and their sadness. But I do know that the Carnegat community will wrap their arms around them, around the family, and offer them support. Eve, Goroshi. I speak today as the SDLP's member of the Committee for Infrastructure and firmly support the policy intent of graduated driving licences to save lives and make our roads safer. The SDLP welcomes graduated driver's licences changes announced by the Minister. This amendment comprises a series of measures designed to provide new drivers with experience and skills over time. These measures include mandatory minimum learning periods and nighttime passenger restrictions to help prepare new drivers and avoid distractions too early on. Whilst these new measures may seem cumbersome to some new and young drivers, they are important for increasing safety on our roads and put us in line with other jurisdictions who have introduced similar safety measures. The SDLP are broadly supportive of these changes to enhance the safety of all road users.
McReynolds.
And I too want to associate myself with the comments of the Minister in terms of the tragic death of Courtney McCormick, and I want to send my condolences and sympathy to her family at this very sad time as well. Cancorla, road safety should be a priority for all of us, and I therefore welcome today's motion on the need for statutory rules for graduated driver licensing being brought to the Assembly. And while I wasn't on the Committee for Infrastructure throughout the entirety of the scrutiny process of the SR, I do believe, as the Chair has outlined, that stakeholders and witnesses have been supportive of the introduction of GDL as a means to improving road safety, particularly for young people. And as the Minister has outlined, this is only one link in the chain of actions that she is taking to improve road safety, alongside the introduction of a lower legal alcohol limit, legislation to further address the use of mobile phones while driving, and a safer journeys to school programme and related legislation. It is clear that the Minister is steadfast in her commitment to doing everything she can to improve road safety and reduce the high numbers of deaths that we continue to see on our roads. Looking at 2025's statistics and seeing that 56 people lost their lives on our roads across the north, this should act as a reminder to us all that we all have more to do, and that all of us who drive on our roads have a responsibility to make them safer. Because 56 people killed on our roads means 56 families, 56 workplaces, 56 clubs, all feeling the huge loss of a loved one. So things definitely have to change, and I think we all recognise and respect that. Cancorla, while the primary objective of the shaking up of driver licensing here in the north is to improve road safety by ensuring young people are better equipped for being out and driving on our roads, what we see at present is many young people passing their tests and then being completely priced out of driving because of the insurance rip-off that we are seeing. So I will take this opportunity today, as Sinn Féin continues to do, and to call on the insurance companies to step up, to take notice of the changes that we are making here in the autumn, and reflect the changes in the prices that they are quoting to new drivers. Young people are going to play their part through this new process, but being quoted an extortionate £5,000 for insurance is not acceptable. It needs to be reduced, and insurance companies need to play their part in that and work with this Assembly on that issue. Because profiteering on the backs of new and young drivers is wrong, and in the midst of a rising cost of living crisis, many simply cannot afford to get on the road. So in closing, Cancorla, I commend the Minister for her efforts in regards to GDL as a measure to making our roads safer, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to rolling out a major public information campaign to further raise awareness and support for GDL, and I look forward to seeing the positive impact that this measure and the other measures that I've listed that the Minister is taking, and seeing the positive impact that they will have on our roads and our road users. Gurmila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I start by sharing my condolences of that and that of my party colleagues about the tragic passing of Courtney McCormick, and extend my condolences to her family as well. I rise today to welcome this important next step in the introduction of the graduated driver licensing scheme as both an Alliance spokesperson for infrastructure, but also as a policing board member and chair of the all-party group on road safety. As we've already heard today, the measures for graduated driver licensing were passed in the Road Traffic Amendment Northern Ireland Act 2016, and a decade later we are now finally seeing its introduction. This is overdue in the context of the shocking amount of deaths and collisions on our roads, and the impact that has on individuals and their families, but also the pressures that puts on the PSNI as well. So what is the present context? Well, already we've had 33 road deaths in this year alone, and over 150 since 2024. So it's clear that more needs to be done to improve road safety. Data tells us that 24% of fatal or serious collisions are caused by 17 to 23-year-olds, despite holding only 8% of licences. So it's clear to me that measures need to be targeted to address less experienced drivers. With the introduction of GDL, we hope to see a significant decline in road traffic accidents over time. These regulations will amend the Motor Vehicles Regulations 1998 to reflect the introduction of revised restrictions for newly qualified drivers, updating the distinguishing mark and exemptions. The revised restrictions will include a mandatory minimum learning period of 6 months, a programme of training, a logbook, passenger restrictions, new R plates, the extension of the post-test period to 24 months, and a removal of the 45 miles per hour speed limit on motorways. These have been discussed and debated in the Infrastructure Committee, and I think it's fair to say that we are satisfied with them now. The introduction of the different R plates for the first 6 months and the following 18 months will assist in the identification of those who are under passenger restrictions, something there was concern around on how identification would work, and I welcome that a clear, pragmatic approach has been found to address these concerns. I'd like to take the time to commend those from the driving instructor industry, the DVA and those in the Road Safety Partnership for all their work in preparing for the smooth introduction of GDL measures, as they have been proactive and thorough in ensuring they understand what is expected of them to make GDL a success story. Members will remember this hit the news when first announced, and that we will be the first in the UK to bring GDL practices in. It's a great step to be recognised as a leader in road safety in this manner, and I hope to see the future success of GDL through a reduced number of collisions and fatalities on our roads. Mr. Speaker, our work is not over today with improving road safety here in Northern Ireland. However, I feel that GDL will make a significant difference, so Alliance will be supporting the passage of these regulations, and I thank the Minister for her work to date on this and her sincerity today. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the thrust of graduated driver licensing is one providing new and learner drivers and riders with better experiences and skills over time, and doing so within low-risk environments. Whilst there was much consternation across the House and the Committee in terms of how the Minister first announced this plan, nonetheless it is welcomed and represents the single most radical overhaul to our learner and licensing programme for many decades. I am grateful to the departmental officials who have been engaging heavily with the sector and with our driving instructors ahead of implementation. Mr. Speaker, there have been over 300 individuals killed on our roads over the past 5 years, and we especially think of those who have lost in recent days. It is no secret that the 17 to 25-year-old cohort remains the highest proportion of any age group involved in serious injury collisions on our roads. It is against that backdrop that many of the changes emphasised are to be welcomed as the Department seeks to increase safety on our roads. Moves to increase the restricted period to 2 years, introduce a mandatory learning period of 6 months before a practical test can be conducted, and the requirement to complete an evidence programme of training will better standardise the learning period and enhance driver safety post-test. Further clarity will be required from the Minister and her officials on a number of proposals, particularly in relation to how the learner logbook will operate and how verification by a qualified driver will be policed in practice to ensure there is limited opportunity for abuse of this new element. I welcome the post-test passenger carrying restrictions, which I believe the general public will view to be a valuable and a much needed change within the restricted driving period. It is arguable that out of all the changes proposed within these regulations, this change could likely prove the most effective in having a direct impact on reducing the percentage of young people involved in serious injury collisions on our roads. And Minister, I would just maybe like you to tell us a wee bit more about the removal of the 45 miles per hour limit. When you get a chance, maybe something we could have a conversation about even at a later stage. But notwithstanding the need for further clarification around some of the detail, I am very happy to support this motion and welcome these reforms being advanced by the Minister. Thank you.
Speaker, and before I start, I too want to send my condolences and thoughts to the family of Courtney McCormick and to all those who have lost their lives on our roads this year and in recent years. It is truly tragic, and our thoughts are with them all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all want to see fewer road traffic collisions, fewer serious injuries, and most importantly, fewer families having to ensure the devastating loss of a loved one on our roads. And if these measures on the GDL can help improve driver behaviour, increase safety and save lives, then they are to be welcomed. And I, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, do welcome them here today. It's been 10 years since the legislation came through, and there's been a variety of reasons for the hiatus between then and now. But I do want to thank the Minister and our officials for getting us to that stage. Mr. Speaker, though, I want to comment, though I do think probably, and I have made this point, it's not personal in any way, but I do think that the rollout could have been handled better.
Throughout the committee's scrutiny process, it became clear that greater engagement with key stakeholders at an earlier stage would have made for a smoother and more streamlined implementation process. In particular, concerns were raised by representatives of the driving instructor sector regarding communication, preparedness and operational clarity. Driving instructors, as we know, are at the coal's face of driver education and training. They have a unique understanding of the practical realities facing learner and new qualified drivers, and their expertise should have been valued and utilised from the outset when significant changes such as these were being introduced. I know, Mr Speaker, the Minister will point to the fact that they were consulted back in 2015, but the reality is, like the committee, they found out on the airwaves. And I think for the full effective implementation of this, it might well have been better to bring them along at the earliest possible sense, so that there wasn't the fear that they weren't going to be ready in time for the rollout of that. But we are where we are. I am pleased that following the committee scrutiny and subsequent engagement with both the Department, DVA and the instructor sector, many of these concerns do now appear to have been addressed. And that does demonstrate the value of constructive engagement and effective Assembly scrutiny. And I want to, like the committee chair, place on record my thanks to all those who took time to come to the committee and give evidence during that consideration period. In particular, representatives from the Driving Instructors Association, the Northern Ireland Approved Instructors Council and the Association of British Insurance and the Youth Assembly for their thoughtful contribution. I want to thank them in particular, Mr Speaker. Young drivers are among those who will be most affected by these changes, and it was important and vital that we got their input into this. Many of them were only 2 or 3 years old, those that spoke to us on the day whenever the consultation and the legislation passed, so it was really interesting to get their insight into that. And while they pointed out they would have liked to have seen maybe a further consultation, they were aware of why that didn't happen. So just moving forward, Mr Speaker, I'd be keen to get from the Minister assurances that every effort will now be made to ensure the introduction of GDL is seamless and as effective as possible. I know our officials have been working tirelessly behind the scenes, but even over the weekends, whenever I was out and about around the constituency, I had driving instructors and soon-to-be first-time provisional drivers asking me questions that potentially I still didn't know the answer to, or particularly in driving instructors, Minister, they were still concerned about the rollout of the training for themselves. So just to keep that ongoing engagement, I do know we've raised it at committee and members have done that, but there are still just there's a fearfulness maybe out there of the unknown and how that's going to be rolled out for them. So hopefully that does come to fruition. I'd be keen to get your opinions on that. Other members as well have pointed out about insurance costs, Mr Speaker. One of the arguments often advanced in support of GDL is that safer roads and reduced risk over time contribute to lower insurer premiums for newly qualified drivers. While road safety is paramount in this, and that was the original intent, the byproduct of that will hopefully be reduction in insurance premiums. I don't have to tell the House just how ridiculous fees and insurance fees are for young people here. Some are being quoted mortgage-like prices, and I do thank, finally, with the Association of British Insurers, who finally accepted that they needed to amend their reporting mechanism, because members of the committee will know that up until we asked for that to be changed, they weren't reporting either by area or by demographic, which meant we weren't actually able to track whether young people in Northern Ireland would be positively affected by this going forward. My understanding is now, Minister, that they will be doing that. So I'd like to just make sure, I know it strays into other departments' remits, particularly around Department of Economy, but it'd be interesting to see whether we could track that as well, because any impact, even a 10% decrease in insurance premiums, would be vastly helpful to young people who are sometimes being quoted £3,500 and £4,500 a year, and I don't need to tell you that. But that's just some of the points, Mr Speaker. I'm keen to see this going forward. I look forward to the rollout, and hopefully the Minister and officials will continue to engage with those stakeholders to ensure this comes out efficiently. Thank you.
And I do genuinely want to thank everyone for their contributions to this debate. And firstly, to acknowledge the work of the committee to complete the scrutiny. And I know that this has been a fast-moving process. Some of it's been out of my control, but obviously we are keen to get this in place for all the reasons that people have outlined here today. And as we do see the road deaths figures continue to rise, I think that in itself is an incentive, so it's not to rush it through. And I also want to pay tribute to my own officials who have worked diligently to ensure that the committee and members have the information they need to enable us to get to this stage. So I am very grateful for everyone's work in relation to that. I'll deal with some of the points raised, and I suppose just firstly in relation to the concerns potentially raised by driving instructors, and just to declare an interest, my brother-in-law is a driving instructor. Look, a comprehensive step-by-step guidance and support materials will be made available to both approved instructors and supervising drivers, because we know that it doesn't need to be an approved instructor that can assist a young person with that aspect of it. The guidance will clearly set out their respective responsibilities, the standards expected during supervised practice, and practical approaches to effectively support new learner drivers. It will also include detailed information on the use of the learner logbook and the associated programme materials. And the Department will continue to review and enhance these resources to ensure that supervising drivers are appropriately informed and supported. So I hope even that gives comfort to know that what we have isn't concrete, that's something that can be updated to reflect changing needs and things that may change outside of that. The guidance itself is intended to promote compliance, to reinforce road safety, which is at the core of this work, and ensure that there is a consistent understanding of the new arrangement. So I hope that in itself will provide reassurance that we will do everything we can to support people in this time ahead, particularly the approved driving instructors and supervising drivers. Harry Harvey had raised an issue and asked a question around the lifting of the 45 mph speed limit for newly qualified drivers. And I think the rationale behind this and removing it is to allow learner drivers to be taught how to drive at speeds appropriate to the conditions. I think we'll all have experienced, even as a learner driver or a new driver, trying to drive 45 mph on a motorway or dual carriageway, and it's very challenging, particularly the speed of other drivers, and in some circumstances I think it is particularly dangerous. So that was recognised, and it helps them to build that confidence and experience of how they cope with those types of environments when they're out in the roads, and build that into their long-term ability when they're out in the roads. The requirements of driving safely at up to posted speed limits once they've passed the driving test and are driving them independently. So I think it's to reflect that this is a real situation, as opposed to having to do it at a lower limit. A lot of members have raised around the insurance issue, and I agree. I think we really need to look at everything we can do to address what are extortionate insurance premiums, particularly for new drivers who have just got a new car. My colleague here was talking about his own experience with his young people, and some quotes were up in 7,000. And I know certainly if that how it was the case when I was just newly driving, I definitely would not have got a car, and wouldn't have been able to. So look, I think it's in the interest even of equality and ensuring that everyone has access to be able to learn to drive. So I've been engaging with the Association of British Insurers. I've had a number of meetings with them to look at what will actually impact. The evidence shows that in other jurisdictions where GDL model is in place, it has an impact, and we hope, because they assess it on the basis of risk. So GDL will essentially reduce the risk, in time, that we are improving driver skills and confidence when on the roads, improving road safety, and that has the potential then to bring down insurance premiums. Like everything, this will take some time, but something we'll keep a close monitor on, as well as looking at what else we can be doing. And the member's right when he said there are things that go across different departments. I think there's also a role for DOJ in relation to claims management, and I've had discussions around this with the ABI as well. So we need to recognise the real and significant challenges they face, and particularly our young people when they're trying to obtain car insurance. And with having such a huge rural community, we recognise that for some people having access to their own private car is the only option in relation to getting out and about, whether it's to work or for other reasons. So I think it's fair to say we all recognise this is a significant issue and we need to address it, and I think we have some pathways to ensure that we can make progress on that. So, can call you in concluding. Well, indeed, yeah.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Like others, I welcome that we've reached to this point, and there seems to be consensus among committee members, and I'm sure all members that the introduction of these measures will save lives, which does beg the question, has the 10-year delay in introducing these measures had another or opposite effect? But Minister, the question I was going to ask is, Does DVA anticipate an avalanche of application for driving tests in advance of the introduction of these measures? And if so, can we ensure that the agency is adequately resourced to deal with that if it arises?
Well, I think the key point there is that we recognise not everybody will be ready for the driving test, even with the eagerness to do so, to try and get ahead of us. But we have to remember that the 6-month period isn't for someone who already has a provisional. That's from the date they get their provisional. So if someone has had the provisional for some time now, it won't affect their ability to progress. So that's just and it's important to clarify some of the points, because look, when I introduced this, we recognise this is the biggest transformation of driver licensing in 70 years. Biggest reform of driver licensing, and I recognise that there are so many technicalities to this. Yes, I agree with the member, it shouldn't be sitting for 10 years, but there's things beyond some of our control that restricted our ability to progress it. When I came into post, and I suppose on the back of the work that John O'Dowd had done when he was Minister, a lot of the delays even getting it to this stage was around progressing the digital app and moving things over. So it has been a huge piece of work, but I am really pleased that we are where we are today, and I really do thank the committee and the members for their support in helping us to progress this, and I ask the Assembly to approve the regulations today.
The question is that the draft motor vehicles specified restrictions amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to the next item of business is a debate on 2 motions to approve statutory rules, both of which relate to social security benefits. I'll ask Clerk to read the first motion and call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then be invited to commence the debate on both motions listed in the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record. I'll call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion straight away. That's clear, we shall proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Order Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on both motions.
Mr. Speaker, this is something that we do every year. It is quite simple. It's the operating of our benefits in line with the Consumer Price Index. I don't intend to detain the House for too long. We understand what this does, why it's necessary for us to stay in line with the rest of the UK and ensure that parity. Importantly, as a result of the operating package, approximately 425.7 million more will be paid out by my department to people in Northern Ireland on social security benefits and pensions. I'm sure that is to be welcomed, and we wouldn't want to stay out of line with what people elsewhere in the country are getting. Therefore, I ask the Assembly to support the regulations.
And I raise to welcome the second stage of the Social Security operating, both order and the operating regulations. The committee considered the SL1s for both statutory rules at our meeting on the 8th of January 2026. Members were content for the Department to make the rule at that stage. The Department later confirmed no changes were made to the policy content since the SL1s were submitted. Subsequently, the final text of both rules was considered by the committee at our meeting on the 16th of April 2026. Both rules came into effect on the 1st of April, and they are subject to confirmatory resolution procedure and will cease to have effect after 6 months unless approved by the Assembly. The first, in terms of the order, the statutory rule is part of the regular annual social security operating package as the Minister has outlined, and provides for revised rates of certain social security benefits, pensions and allowances. It corresponds to an equivalent order made in Britain and maintains parity. The Department advised the committee that benefits linked to the general level of prices were to be increased in line with the Consumer Price Index over the period from October 2024 to September 2025, which was 3.8%. This percent increase applies to a wide range of benefits, including state pension, additional state pension, attendance allowance, carers allowance, disability living allowance, personal independence payment and industrial injuries benefit. The Personal Allowance of Job Seekers Allowance, Contributory Employment and Support Allowance, Income Support and Housing Benefit have all also increased by 3.8%. Furthermore, benefits linked to the general level of earnings were increased by 4.8%, a figure based on average weekly earnings in the year to July 2025. Accordingly, the basic state pension increased from £176.45 per week to £184.90 per week from April 2026. The full rate of the new state pension increased from £230 to over £241 per week. Additionally, the standard minimum guarantee element of pension credit for a single person increased from £227.10 per week to £238, while the rate for couples increased from £346 to £363.25. Most pension and benefit changes under this order took effect on the 6th of April. Turning to the regulations, they are consequential on the operating order and provide the supporting technical changes needed to ensure the revised benefit rates operate correctly. The regulations increase the weekly earning limit for carers allowance from £196 to £204 per week. This is the amount a person may earn in the preceding week without being treated as being gainfully employed and losing entitlement to the benefit. The Department advised that the revised amount is based on 16 times the hourly national living wage, rounded up to the nearest pound. The regulations also increased the personal expenses allowance from £32.30 to £33.55, reflecting that 3.8% increase in CPI. This is a modest amount that goes to a person in cases where their benefit is paid directly to an accommodation provider. Additionally, the regulations deal with some practical issues arising from the operating exercise. They provide that where a question has arisen about the effect of the operating order on a benefit already in payment, the altered rates will not apply until that question has been determined, which avoids incorrect payments. A screening exercise concluded that the legislation does not have significant implications for equality of opportunity or good relations, and a regulatory impact assessment was not required, as it does not impose cost on business or charities. The committee was satisfied the Department has proceeded appropriately in the case of both pieces of delegated legislation. Therefore, on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I recommend the Assembly confirm these rules.
The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Order Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now move on to the second motion, which has already been debated. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Not if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Mesothelioma lump sum payment conditions and amounts amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved.
Call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. These regulations are part of the annual operating package and increase the lump sum compensation payable by the scheme under the Mesothelioma Act Northern Ireland 2008. Similar to the last debate, this is something that we do every year, and it is also has the same benefits as with the operating order, and these have been increased in line with the rate of inflation. It has been increased by 3.8% for the year 26-27, which mirrors the percentage increase of the industrial injuries benefit in the main operating order. I don't intend to go into the detail and the history of the scheme. I've done that before. If anyone is interested, they can read Hansard from the previous years. But other than that, I would ask members to support the motion.
I suspect the Minister just doesn't want to have to say mesothelioma too many times. But however, I rise as Chair of the Committee to support the confirmation of the Mesothelioma lump sum payments, conditions and amounts regulations 2026. The Committee's consideration of the statutory rule was examined at SL1 stage during our meeting on the 8th of January. Members indicated they were content for the Department for Communities to proceed to make the rule. The Department later confirmed no changes had been made since the initial SL1 was submitted. The final text of the statutory rule was subsequently considered by the committee at our meeting on the 16th of April, and this rule is subject to confirmatory resolution. Under Section 10(2) of the Parent Act, the rule must receive the formal approval of the Assembly before the expiration of 6 months from the date of its coming into operation, otherwise it would cease to have effect. This rule took effect on the 1st of April, and committee recommend that the Assembly confirm the rule today. The regulations are made under Section 1(3), 9(1) and 2 of the Mesothelioma, etc. Act. The 2008 Act provides the legal framework enabling lump sum compensation payments to be made to individuals diagnosed with diffuse mesothelioma or to their surviving dependents in circumstances where the sufferer did not make a successful claim within their lifetime. Under the scheme, payments are made without any requirement to prove negligent exposure to asbestos and without the need to establish that the exposure occurred during employment. This design ensures that crucial financial relief can be delivered rapidly to those affected by this severe condition. While there is no explicit statutory obligation to increase the payment thresholds each year, it is rightly long-standing policy to adjust these levels annually in line with inflation. The operating contained within the rule is based upon the Consumer Price Index, which was 3.8%. Because this lump sum supports individuals disabled through asbestos-related disease, they are operated in direct alignment with other social security disability benefits. In terms of the principal provisions, the regulations substitute the existing tables within the 2008 regulations to apply the 3.8% uplift, with figures rounded to the nearest pound. The specific allocations are contained in detail there. Turning to financial and regulatory matters, the payments distributed under the scheme are funded by Westminster from amounts recovered from civil compensation through the compensation recovery mechanism, ensuring no net cost to the public purse. The Department advised that a formal screening exercise concluded the rule does not carry significant implications for equality of opportunity or good relations under Section 75 of the NI Act 1998. A regulatory impact assessment was not required as these provisions impose no financial or compliance costs on business, charities, social enterprise or voluntary bodies here. These regulations maintain parity of timing and substance with Britain, where an identical instrument came into force on the same date. The committee remains satisfied that these regulations are necessary to support individuals and families across the North who face the profound implications of this severe disease. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I therefore recommend the Assembly confirm the rule.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the committee for their work and the chairman for his comments, and I can assure him that after 2 years in this job I have learned how to say mesothelioma as well as pneumoconiosis and semi-quincentennial, so it's something for others that take this job after me to look forward to. The member has set out quite clearly the impact of the changes that we're going to make and the reasons for them, and so I'd ask the House to support them today. Thank you.
The question is that the mesothelioma lump sum payments, conditions and amounts amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. There's a prize for who says mesothelioma best, and it's not the clerk on this occasion. Next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 5th of February 2027 in relation to the committee stage of the Hunting with Dogs Bill.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no time limit in this debate, and I call the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the ERA Committee, I wish to request an extension to the committee stage of the Hunting with Dogs Bill to the 5th of February 2027. This date was agreed after discussion at the committee meeting on the 11th of June 2026, and I will now outline the reasons that the committee agreed to request this extension of the Assembly. The committee was first briefed on the proposed content of the bill at its meeting on the 30th of April with the sponsor member, John Blair, and heard that the bill is intended to amend the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985 to bring the position more closely into line with legislation in other jurisdictions. Also, we were told that the bill will seek to prohibit the use of dogs to hunt, attack or kill wild animals, and to address potential loopholes, including where trail hunting may be used to mask illegal hunting.
We were told that it also provides for a number of exemptions to permit legitimate activities such as pest control and the protection of livestock. But the bill does not extend to other forms of hunting, such as drag hunting or those involving firearms. Mr. Speaker, this is a complex and sensitive area of policy, and the committee considers that the bill will require careful scrutiny. A wide range of issues were raised at second stage, both in support of and in opposition to aspects of the bill. The committee did not take a position in the second stage debate, and it is therefore important that sufficient time is available to examine the issues in full. And areas that the committee will be keen to consider include scrutinising if the definition of terms such as hunting, searching, pursuing and participation are clearly and precisely defined. In particular, the committee will wish to consider the extent to which intent or knowledge must be established to ensure that individuals are not penalised for unintended or accidental actions. The committee will also need to The committee will also need to examine the scope and the practical operations of exemptions to ensure that livestock protection and pest control can operate effectively in practice. In addition, the committee will need to consider the proportionality of the proposed penalties and the practicalities of enforcement, a lot of P's in there, including the guidance available to enforcement bodies and the potential resource implications for the PSNI and other relevant departments. Mr. Speaker, the committee will also need to scrutinise the evidence base underpinning the bill, including consideration of the experiences in England, Wales and Scotland, and in particular in relation to animal welfare outcomes, enforcement and any unintended consequences. Through engagement with farmers, landowners and other rural stakeholders, it would also be important to address any impact of the bill on rural communities and livelihoods. Indeed, with the committee consultation process via the citizen space opened for less than a week, I can report that there have been over 100 responses already, showing a considerable public interest. And the committee will, of course, analyse all consultation responses carefully. Given the breadth and complexity of these issues, the committee considers that this extension is necessary to allow for proper scrutiny, while completing in time to allow for the remaining stages of the bill before the end of the mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee is currently managing 2 private members' bills and must also prepare for the introduction of the imminent executive bills, the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill. The committee considers it preferable to examine these bills in parallel rather than risk curtailing scrutiny of any one of them. Our experience on committee from the Agriculture Bill and the Dilapidation Bill has shown that significant evidence can emerge late in committee stages. Even with the extensions provided in those cases, the committee faced significant pressure to incorporate late evidence within reporting deadlines. The committee also expects to receive a raised bill research paper following summer recess, which is likely to identify further issues for us in committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee's public calls for views is underway, and we encourage all interested individuals and organisations to contribute. The committee is committed to ensuring that both the bill and its wider impacts are given full and appropriate consideration, alongside the committee's broader scrutiny responsibilities. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, having consulted with the Bill Office and considered the evidence the committee intends to take and its wider workload, the committee seeks the support of the House to extend the committee stage of the Hunting with Dogs Bill until the 5th of February 2027. However, the committee will of course work at pace to report in advance of that, if at all possible. Thank you.
Question is that the motion stand in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Education. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 9th of December 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the Education Inspections Bill.
Call the Chairperson for the Committee for Education to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there is no time limit on this debate, and I call the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Committee for Education decided its timeline for the committee stage of the Education Inspections Bill, attempting to strike a balance between the competing priorities of delivering legislation in a timely fashion and the crucial components of good scrutiny. And having considered all the relevant factors in the mix, the Committee has agreed a motion to extend the stage until the 9th of December 2026. The committee took a pre-legislative briefing some time ago on this proposed legislation. The bill has subsequently been to the Executive for consideration, and departmental officials have advised that certain aspects of it have been changed since that original briefing and draft, and I think that's particularly in relation to the inclusion of the inspection of RE, which was not previously going to be in scope, and in some changes to the proposals around the sanctioning of teachers, the criminal offence having been removed, but we will obviously come to this. I'm sure that the clause 3 of the bill has raised significant commentary and concern, and is likely to be a feature of the committee's deliberations. So we are very mindful of those concerns that were raised at second stage about clause 3 of the bill, which was linking the inspection process to teacher conduct and introducing a definition of unacceptable professional conduct when a teacher does not cooperate with an inspection, and this could lead to potential disciplinary action, although the detail of that is not clear, and that is something the committee will need to explore in more detail, and will engage with the department and stakeholders to examine exactly what the impact of that clause as currently drafted will be. So far, the committee has launched a citizen-based survey on the provisions of the bill and invited all education stakeholders to submit written submissions on the proposal. Following the conclusion of that citizen space, further stages that are anticipated in our committee deliberations would be the holding of oral evidence sessions, again on the substance of the bill itself, committee deliberation on any evidence received, engagement as required with departmental officials to answer any queries arising from those evidence sessions, and members' own considerations of the bill, the development and consideration of potential committee amendments, informal and formal clause-by-clause scrutiny and approval of the bill, consideration and approval of the final committee report to the Assembly. So the committee has set out a timeline, including all of those steps, with a view to permit adequate time to complete each of those by that 9th of December deadline, if not before. The committee is very mindful, with all of the legislation it is dealing with at the moment, of the workflow of legislation through the Assembly, and it takes its scrutiny rules seriously, but also its responsibility to optimise the opportunity to deliver legislation in this mandate seriously as well. And we hope that the timeline established will allow the passage of this bill before the Assembly dissolves. I do anticipate a lot of interest and debate within this committee stage, particularly around clause 3 of the bill, as has been referenced. However, Mr Speaker, I believe that on balance the committee stage extension to the 9th of December is reasonable and constitutes adequate time for consideration of all the relevant factors in the bill's new legislative proposals. I will now just make a very brief comment as a private member. As I have referenced, this bill did attract significant debate at the second stage due to the concerns with clause 3 as drafted. However, I think it is important to note again at this stage that it is a 3-clause bill, which each of those 3 clauses doing very different and separate things. I would like to put on record that I am particularly interested in clause 2 of the bill, which proposes to deliver the long overdue reform to ensure RE is inspected by ETI in our schools, and I think it is important that we have the appropriate length of time at committee stage to scrutinise that proposal, as I would already have concerns that this proposal is perhaps not going far enough, as it does, as far as I can tell, still leave on the statute book provisions allowing churches to retain rights of inspection, which I can see no good reason to continue at this point in time. And also the more controversial clause 3, which proposes the sanction of teachers who do not comply with inspections. We are aware of the concern that's caused among the teaching profession, and I think it's important to do the proper scrutiny work of that clause to establish exactly what its effect would be, if it can be amended and improved to the satisfaction of the teaching profession, or if necessary, based on committee deliberations, that clause, if the committee decides to amend, to remove that in its entirety. So I do think the committee stage time proposed here gives us the time to do that work and to do it thoroughly. This is undoubtedly an important piece of legislation, and I hope that the proposed stage extension being proposed today does receive support so that the concerns that we have already identified in this bill can be given the attention required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Really to say a few words rather than to give a lengthy speech. I know the Justice Bill's coming up, and I'm sure my colleague Mr. Frew will have that aspect covered. Not to oppose the committee extension, but just to place on record our party's view that, and the Chair has reflected this, that the deadline outlined should not be a target, but actually we should be working to try and progress this efficiently and get this legislation through. I think whilst we'll have differences in some aspects of this, I think that all will agree that the inspections are key to ensuring the quality of our education system, in supporting our schools and identifying the key needs, and having a key role also in the safeguarding of our students. And so I would not want to see any undue delay in the bill. I know that we've had some enthusiasm in seeing the private members' bills from those in the benches opposite progress at speed, and I would hope to see a similar motivation on such a key issue as the inspections. I think in the past we, as a committee, admittedly when there's been less time pressure, we have been quite generous with our time in terms of hearing from stakeholders and so on, and we of course want to hear any the key issues that stakeholders have aired and reflected, but quite often I think we've heard at times from those that in a sense that would not necessarily be changing minds or bringing something new to the conversation, but rather reflecting that which we've already heard from similar organisations. So I hope we should always be willing and ensure that key issues are aired, but we should balance that with the time pressures and the need to get business done. And in that spirit, I really hope the extension deadline, as I said, is not a target, but we can progress quicker than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really have nothing to add to my original comments other than just to respond perhaps to Mr. Brooks. I think it was clear in our committee discussions and in my remarks. Certainly don't view the date as a target, and I would hope that we could move through the process more quickly, but I think given the particular concerns raised by the teaching profession, it was important to build in the time to hear that evidence, but certainly no intention of heel dragging from my perspective. But other than that, I think I've covered everything in my open remarks and happy to conclude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed? All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move back to the consideration stage of the Justice Bill, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak on Group 9. And in particular Amendment 96 and Amendment 97. The SDLP will support Amendment 96 and oppose Amendment 97. On Amendment 96, I believe the Chamber should ask itself a very simple question. Are we setting people up to succeed when they actually leave prison, or are we setting them up to fail? Because rehabilitation does not begin the week after someone is released. It begins the very moment they walk through those prison gates. And for many people leaving custody, those first few hours and first few days are absolutely critical. And it's often the difference between reconnecting with support services or falling back into the crisis that took them into prison in the first place. And I have seen this firsthand on many occasions. My office is in Spencer Road in Derry, and it's right next door to a bail hostel. And quite often the people that are placed in that bail hostel are placed in over the weekend without any support, maybe without any medication, no doctors on call. Can end up in A&E, can just a complete and utter chaos can be set upon them, and it's just not giving them the chance that they need. And quite often people are placed outside of their own area where they lived or where they were brought up and have no connections at all, and these people are so vulnerable and they can be preyed upon as well in those situations. So currently, I believe that amendment 96 is really, really important, that it's supported across the House. It really can be the difference between rebuilding a life and returning to the old patterns that ultimately lead back right into the justice system again. Yet under current arrangements, someone can be released on a Friday evening or before a bank holiday with little or no access. And we heard some of the figures last night by Paul through, and it's incredible that, you know, the amount of releases on a Friday evening. So no housing support, no health care, no addiction services, no benefits advice, no employment support or probation services until days later, and that simply doesn't make sense at all. So if someone leaves prison with nowhere to stay, no access to support and no way of getting help then until Monday morning, you're not surprised that things can and do go wrong. We often talk about rehabilitation as if it's something abstract, but rehabilitation is actually just about practical things. It's about having somewhere safe to sleep. It's about being able to access healthcare in a timely fashion. Quite often, these are vulnerable people that are on support medications and they need them immediately. And it's also about finding work, and it's about hopefully reconnecting with family and community support, and that preparation and the ground has been laid in advance of that release. It's about giving people genuine opportunity to move forward, and that is what this amendment seeks to support. And it's important to be clear that this is not about reducing sentences, it's not about weakening accountability, it's not about being soft on crime at all, but it's about being smart on crime. Because the reality is that every person who successfully rebuilds their life after prison is one less victim of crime in the future. The public interest is not served when people leave custody and immediately face barriers to accessing support. The public interest is served when people are given the best possible chance to reintegrate and find stability and avoid reoffending. And if we genuinely want safer communities, fewer victims and lower levels of reoffending, then we should support the practical measures that help make that happen. And for those reasons, we will be supporting Amendment 96. Turning now to Amendment 97, the SDLP cannot support that amendment. Prison accommodation decisions are among the most sensitive and complex decisions the prison authorities are required to make. They involve balancing rights, safeguarding concerns, welfare concerns and individual circumstances, and they require careful assessment and professional judgment. And that is precisely why I am concerned by the amendment that seeks to impose a blanket legislative approach in an area where nuance and flexibility are actually essential. Northern Ireland is operating in an evolving legal environment. The Equality Commission itself has acknowledged that the ongoing legal uncertainty following the For Women Scotland judgment, and has sought further legal clarity before issuing definitive guidance. In those circumstances, it seems premature to legislate in such a prescriptive way before the work has concluded and before the wider legal position here has been settled. And it's also worth remembering that Northern Ireland's equality framework is different from that operating in Great Britain. The Equality Act 2010 does not generally apply here, and that distinction matters. But beyond the legal arguments, there is the broader point. This amendment appears to focus on a single scenario when, in reality, prisons are very complex places. And prison authorities deal with a much wider range of complex and challenging situations. The responsibility of prison governors is to ensure the safety, dignity and welfare of everyone in their care. Those decisions should be informed by evidence, risk assessment and professional expertise, and I believe that they are, and I believe we should be supporting the prison service and those that are working in it to do their job. I do not believe that politicians in this chamber are better placed to make those decisions than the professionals that we put so much trust in, who manage our prison system every single day. And at a time when our prisons face significant challenges around rehabilitation and staffing pressures, overcrowding and safety, I'm not convinced this amendment addresses a pressing operational problem. Instead, I fear it risks importing another culture war debate into legislation where careful judgment and practical decision-making are actually required. The people working within our prison system need flexibility to respond to individual circumstances. They need the ability to make decisions that protect everyone in custody. Blanket rules may make for simple political arguments, but they do not always work on good policy. Our focus should be on ensuring that prisons are safe, that people are treated with dignity, and that rehabilitation remains at the heart of our justice system. That is how we create safer communities, that is how we reduce offending, and that is how we build a justice system that works not only for those in custody, but for the whole of society. And for those reasons, the SDLP will support Amendment 96 and oppose Amendment 97. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Emma Sheeran.
Concordia, and like the previous speaker, myself and my colleagues in Sinn Féin will be voting in favour of Amendment 96, which we believe is a common sense amendment to increase safety provisions for prisoners as they're returning to the outside world, and will be voting against Amendment 97, which is a deliberate and politically motivated oversimplification of a complex and sensitive issue. The policy on prisoner management should be guided by evidence, including professional and operational expertise. Unfortunately, some seek to reduce this complex issue to an ill-informed and divisive culture war debate, distracting from the practical realities of prison management and prisoner safety. Our focus is on how to protect the safety, dignity and welfare of prisoners and prison staff. The current risk-based approach to prisoner placement on a case-by-case basis, which is centred on specific individual assessments, is designed to do precisely that. Risk assessments should, of course, include full evidence-based consideration of an offender, including pre-sentence reports, offending history and criminal record. Those with a history of violence or sexual abuse should not be placed in women's prisons. The TUV amendment refers to the British Supreme Court judgment, which interprets the Equality Act, which does not apply to us here in the north of Ireland. Why would we incorporate into our law legislation that has not been debated, agreed or adopted by this Assembly? The judgment does not determine how our legal framework should be interpreted. We have our own equality legislation and, importantly, under the Windsor framework, European law provides the standard that must be maintained, a point that the Supreme Court in London did not deal with in its judgment. While the Equality Commission has committed to producing legal guidance for employers and public bodies in the North, this guidance has not yet been produced. The Commission should be given the time and space to carry out this work carefully, and in that respect, this amendment prejudges that work and is therefore totally inappropriate. In conclusion, we in Sinn Féin support risk-based approach to prisoner placement, determined on a case-by-case basis through comprehensive individual assessment. This approach ensures that the safety and well-being of prisoners and prison staff remain the primary consideration and the deciding factors in every placement decision, and we will be voting against the TUV amendment.
Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister.
Speaker, I rise to support Amendment 96 and oppose Amendment 97. I don't plan to speak to Amendment 96 as there were a number of interventions last night, but also will leave many of the remarks to my party colleague, Minister of Justice. I do want to say that today we will be opposing amendment from Timothy Gaston. I don't plan to mention too much about it, as I do believe that it is a cynical attempt to bring culture wars and ideology instead of security and safety for people in the prison system. It would require the Department of Justice to issue guidance on accommodation of men, ensuring that they are not held in prison accommodation containing one or more women. But what I will say is, more often than not now, we have conversations
either in this chamber or in public, about trans women. But actually what this would do is place a trans man who has been convicted of a violent crime against a woman into a prison with women. It doesn't make sense, and isn't coming from the perspective of safety. It's coming from ideology. However, the amendment itself is also flawed because it makes reference to the 2010 Equality Act, which, as the other two members have said, doesn't apply here in Northern Ireland. And I do appreciate that the member is making reference to the recent Supreme Court judgment referring to the Scottish prisons, which make a ruling on the definitions used in the Equality Act. However, given that the Act doesn't apply here, there are still questions. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way. I know that some people weren't present in the chamber when we had the discussion with the chair last night, but also the ruling is specifically on the policy that pertained in the Scottish prisons, which was a bright line policy where anyone who was a trans woman was automatically housed in the female estate, anyone who was a trans man automatically in the male estate. That isn't the approach that we take, and therefore the ruling in the court doesn't necessarily reach straight across to what we do here in Northern Ireland.
I thank the Minister for intervening. I was also going to add that on after this, but as usual, the Minister can put it much better than I. Yep.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to clarify something. You were saying a trans man would then be held in a woman's prison, and that would increase the risks, but that would be a biological woman who couldn't commit an offence like rape and wouldn't actually have the extra strength that men have vis-a-vis women. Is that, I'm trying to understand.
They wouldn't have the same strength as what a woman. I mean, I'm not actually going to dignify that with an answer. But what I will say is, hold on in a moment. What I will say is that a trans man can be convicted of a violent crime that is against women, multiple women. That is not a sexual crime. No, I'm not actually going to give away, because do you know what? I don't want this debate to actually enter into a system where we're going to start attacking people, and we're going to start and we are going to start mixing what people are saying. But Minister, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way. The issue here, of course, is an understanding of what it is to transition. And so for many people who are trans men, they will have taken testosterone and will have significant strength, because it's the hormone changes that actually determine strength. Indeed, trans women will often say that one of the shocks that comes to them when they start hormone therapy is the lack of strength and the loss of strength that they were used to in their previous life. But also, it is possible for a trans man to commit a sexual assault. It's simply not true to say otherwise, and therefore it is also possible with respect. I heard the member interject with rape. It is, because rape is sexual assault by penetration, and therefore it is possible for somebody to commit that offence. Bear in mind that there are people who are post-operative, people who can't commit those offences. So I would caution against, again, generalisation on these issues, and encourage members, as they have to date, to deal with these in a sensitive manner, because we're dealing here with individual circumstances that are highly personal and also highly sensitive.
I thank the Minister for her intervention. I do also want to... Yeah.
Just back to that point. Surely the point that the Minister just outlined there, the complexities of these cases emphasises and re-emphasises the need for each individual case being assessed on its own merits and demerits.
Absolutely, everyone is taking my speech, but I was going on to, to say that as well. But of course it is complex. And of course every person, it's subjective to the individual person, and if we were truly speaking about safety, keeping that individual safe and other prisoners safe, then we wouldn't be doing this. We would be carrying it on the way that it already operates, that is a risk-based approach by professionals within the prison service. I want to also highlight that the Equality Commission, as previous members have highlighted here today, are asking for further clarity on this before the High Court, and I think it is important that we do give that time and allow that, because it is an issue that is complex, and we need to allow that space. But the current arrangements, I have faith in the current arrangements, that they're working, that there have not been negative consequences because of those arrangements, and I think replacing that with a system that is a rather blunt tool actually opens up more issues of risk and safety questions. So rather than jumping the gun and using this amendment today to actually push something through that has the potential to be dangerous, Alliance will be opposing amendment number 97. Thank you.
I call John Burrows.
Speaker, at its heart, this is a simple premise, and that is, first of all, I commend Mr. Frew for bringing amendment number 96, which we'll support. I think it is a good amendment. On number 97, this is a classic example of where facts should have no place for feelings when we're dealing with legislation. Now, we treat trans people with compassion. You'll never hear me use inflammatory language. You'll never hear me trying to insult trans people. They should have dignity and respect. But we are legislating here, and we're legislating to make sure that our prison estate is safe. And let me say at the very outset, there's a fundamental fact that some people sometimes don't want to accept, and I think they gaslight women when they fail to accept it. The vast majority of violent crime and sexual crime is committed by biological men. That is the case the world over. Disproportionately, the victims of violent and sexual crimes are biological women. As a straightforward matter of fact, and whilst there are some caveats to this, a man is physically stronger than a woman, generally speaking. That is why they do not participate in sports together, where there are physical contact or some athletic capabilities, because they have a bigger physical size. They also have a propensity more often to commit violent crime. And in our prisons, we have people who, by their very nature, because they're in prison, have shown a propensity to commit crime, to inflict violence on others or sexual crimes on others. I will give way to the Justice Minister.
Well, the member has, I think, stretched the definition of crime now and is saying that everyone in our prison is a violent or sexual offender. There are people, well, actually, you said precisely that. You said have a propensity to commit crime and commit sexual and violent offences. That is what you said. And what I'm saying is that there will be people who are in for non-violent offences. There will be people there for things like fraud, default on fines, and a range of other offences that are non-violent. So again, can we try to dial down the hyperbole and focus on the issues?
Absolutely, and we will review Hansard at the end of the day, and I will send a copy to the Justice Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
It's available to everybody.
I'm not sure we're having interjections from the floor, but I will not interfere with the Deputy Speaker's rule. So I'll repeat again, for absolute clarity, the people in prison, by definition, and it may not fit the woolly liberal world that some people want to live in, have a propensity to commit crime. That is why they're in prison. They've generally reached a threshold in which other alternatives to prison have not worked. Many of them are in prison for violent and sexual crime. And I repeat what I said before, that the overwhelming number of violent and sexual criminals in any society, anywhere in the world, are men. That is a stain in our character and is not something we should be proud of. About 90% of men, about 90% of all crimes are committed by men. And certainly violent and sexual crimes. Men have physical capabilities, person for person, that are greater than women. They are larger and stronger than women in general. Women in prison are particularly vulnerable. They're in a confined space. They are somewhere where the state should keep them safe. And it is a premise that has been well established that that is the reason we have males and females in different prisons. Now I see one of the Alliance members shaking his head. Right across the United Kingdom and Western world, men and women are kept in different prisons. Now the issue has come into sharp relief because of the issue of trans. And that's why we've had a very useful Supreme Court judgment that people seem to want to dismiss. But let us be very clear on this, that if someone who is trans is a biological man and they're put in a women's prison, they are stronger than most women, they have a propensity to commit crimes, and you have vulnerable women that those crimes could be inflicted upon. And we are merely saying that we're going to airbrush out the fact that they are a biological man because the person identifies as a woman. And we had the shocking case in Scotland where a man was convicted of rape and identified as a woman and was going to go to a female prison. And this is an executive and this is an assembly that believes in tackling violence against women and girls, and we would permit men to be in a prison with women because the man identifies, I'm not going to give any more because it's been misquoted, a man has been identifying himself as a female. That is preposterous. Now, if we look at the logical conclusion and we look through the Supreme Court case, the Supreme Court were clear that yes, trans people have rights. They have an Article 8 right to freedom of private life and to privacy and all kinds of other rights. But that right does not trump the rights in primary law to allow men and women to be segregated safely. Because safety is the primary duty of the state. It is a qualified right. Now, on this side of the House, stretching from Alliance through to Sinn Féin, in this kind of alliance that are now defying the Supreme Court, that seem to refuse to allow a woman to go into a prison in...
Is it in order for a member to suggest that I, as Justice Minister, or indeed any member of this House, is defying a ruling of the Supreme Court when I have previously stood at the table and accepted the Supreme Court ruling and have never once said that I would act contrary to a ruling of the court, but that we are waiting for a declaratory judgment by our local High Court in terms of interpretation?
Okay, Minister, the point has been heard. I'm not sure that it's a point of order in terms of our existing standing orders, but the point has been noted and will be on the record, Mr. Burrows.
We're entitled to make these points of order and interventions. Last week I was accused of using a prop since we have my speech in my hand. But getting back to the main facts here. The Supreme Court were clear in that seminal case that under the Equality Act, the definition of a man was a biological man, and of a woman was a biological woman. And that is surely, when you look at what the purpose of that case was, applies logically to the case of when we decide which prison people should go into. And I want to say to the people in this chamber, the legislators, who seem to resist supporting an amendment that in anywhere else in the United Kingdom would have majority support, that they are doing it not because of facts, but I suspect perhaps because the proposer of the amendment is Mr. Gaston, or because they themselves are in a culture war. It is not me who is in any culture war. It is not me who wants to run down trans people. If a trans person was attacked, if a trans person was discriminated against, the perpetrator should be held to account. But that does not mean that feelings trump facts, that ideological zeal gets in the way of safety in our prison estates. It is, and has been for a very long time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a case of men and women being kept separately. In a police cell, under a police and criminal evidence Northern Ireland order, men and women, and you can actually put two prisoners in the same cell under the police criminal evidence order if required. You never put a man and a woman together because there is a risk of physical or sexual assault. And we are saying in this place that we're going to leave it to the individual policy decision of someone in the prison service. That we're literally going to entrust the application of a fundamental piece of law, not an operational detail, but a fundamental reality, that men should not be in a prison with women. And what I think people are captured by in this side, ideologically captured, is they cannot move on as the rest of the world has moved on, that yes, trans people have the right to say, I want to identify as a woman. In sport, they have a right to say, I wish to identify as a woman. But it doesn't mean you let a biological man play rugby against women because it would do damage to the women physically. It doesn't mean you allow a biological man, even though they call themselves a woman, to take part in a long jump contest against a woman. Why? Because
Mr. Burrows, there have been, I think, even if just resume your seat, please. There have been a number of debates in this chamber, points made, member statements, and other mechanisms used to address the points that you're addressing currently that are related to sports. I would remind you this is the Justice Bill. There's an amendment which relates specifically to prisons, so we'll return to the theme of the debate, the narrow defines of the debate, and stick to that, please.
Deputy Speaker, the point I'm making, and I will move on very swiftly because I always respect the role of the Speaker, was that there are practical differences which people practically realise because there is a difference between men and women. It is in every single cell in our body. And unfortunately, and we had the same thing with the minimum age criminal responsibility debate last week, where an idea, where we think we are positioned in some progressive spectrum, is causing people to defy common sense and endanger women once again. And I would plead to the legislators in this room, change your mind. Simply say that in Northern Ireland we will not allow a biologically intact male into our female prisons. I'll give way 1 second. That to do so would violate the right to safety of every woman, and most vulnerable woman, because many of them there are vulnerable, in our society. And you have a moment of truth. Because if there's a crisis, if there's a grave attack on a woman, it will lie on those who have not done the right thing here tonight. We shouldn't need to wait for updated advice on what the Supreme Court really meant. It is the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, our equality bodies in this country have been captured, some of them, by an ideology, and we need to make sure that we don't get captured also. So in conclusion, let me say this. I commend Mr. Gaston for bringing this amendment. I do so without using any inflammatory or discriminatory language against trans people. They should have dignity and respect. But for centuries, men and women have been separated in different prison establishments and in different cells in a police station. That is for good reason, because women are especially vulnerable to violent attack and indeed to sexual assault. And it would be a dereliction of duty on everybody in this chamber if they were to allow a biological man into a prison estate with biological women because they think it is the progressive thing to do. It is not progressive for the victims of any future offence. It is not progressive for the women who would be endangered. And I would plead for people, abandon the ideological zeal, return to common sense, and let's reorientate ourselves in a real world that everyone else has moved on and now occupies. We give trans people respect, but we don't allow that to trump safety in our prisons. And I commend the amendment, and my party will be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on Group 9, as we are all doing, of the Justice Bill amendments on day 7 of our consideration stage, and the end is in sight. And so to comment first on Amendment 96, tabled by the DUP members Paul Frew, Maurice Bradley and myself. As Paul Frew explained yesterday, the purpose of this amendment is to avoid difficulties that arise for prisoners who are released at weekends or on public holidays when support services are less likely to be available for them, both statutory services and voluntary sector services. This can result in them having difficulties securing accommodation, not having access to support services to help them reintegrate back into society. Therefore, we propose that in such circumstances their release day should be brought forward by a day or two to a normal weekday to ensure that those support services are available. We consider this to be a common sense policy which will support rehabilitation and help prevent repeat offending and a cycle of re-imprisonment. We trust that this will receive support across the House, and I welcome the words of support for it. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also wish to comment on Amendment 97 from Timothy Gaston, MLA, on accommodation of women prisoners. We also consider this to be a common sense proposal, providing protection, and this should be supported. This amendment to Rule 90 of the Prison and Young Offenders Centre Rules, Northern Ireland 1995 Act, would allow the Department of Justice to make individualised accommodation arrangements for a prisoner, provided that the arrangements do not include the accommodation of a man in prison accommodation in which one or more women are held. The amendment adds that, as per the Supreme Court ruling in April of last year, man and woman have the meaning given in the Equality Act 2010, that of biological sex. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this matter has come to the fore in recent years as society as a whole has worked out its position on people claiming to be transgender. We in the DUP have been very clear that women-only protected spaces, toilets, changing rooms, accommodation, including prison accommodation, sports categories, and so on, must be reserved for biological girls and women. Biological men should not be admitted to those spaces. That is common sense in the interest of safety. Going against that could have serious consequences for biological women and for their safety, and it is naive to think that biological women would not be at threat from biological men in the same prison accommodation. It is clear that some political parties and legislators in Scotland got on the wrong side of public opinion and of the law on these matters, and it has taken some time for that to be rectified. As we have discussed just a few days ago in Scotland, a judge has ruled that existing prison guidance which allowed some transgender prisoners to be held in jails which matched their preferred gender identity rather than their sex at birth is unlawful. In a wee minute, put simply, the court ruled, I'll finish this section first. Put simply, the court ruled that a biological male prisoner who says he is a trans woman should not therefore be admitted to a female jail. In her ruling, Judge Lady Ross said that sex segregation in prisons must be based on biological sex, based on the Supreme Court ruling on the definition of a man and a woman in equality law in April last year. Campaign Group for Women Scotland had challenged the Scottish Government guidance through a judicial review, saying that only those born biologically female should be held in the women's estate. Lady Ross said that the existing guidance was in conflict with the requirement that prison accommodation be provided separately for men and women, and that it constituted a misstatement of the law. She said, in all the circumstances, the prison's guidance is unlawful. Currently, the Scottish Prison Services uses a system of individual risk assessment, which does permit circumstances where trans women born biologically male could be housed alongside women if they were deemed not to pose an unacceptable risk to them. However, the court ruled that Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which protects private and family life, does not mean there is an automatic right for a transgender prisoner to be housed in a prison designated for the opposite biological sex. As others have said, Lady Ross said, Article 8 right was qualified and may be restricted where there is a legitimate justification, including maintaining a sex-based segregation within the prison estate. I don't know if the Minister still wishes to come in. No, that's fine. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I consider that Amendment 97 therefore provides us with the opportunity to provide such protection for women prisoners in Northern Ireland to avoid the mistaken guidance in Scotland, and therefore the DUP will be supporting it.
Thank you. Call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And we've already heard the ideology train in full flow this afternoon. Let's be very clear from the outset. This amendment isn't an ideology. This amendment is based on biological reality, and those that won't be supporting it tonight are following their ideology, their vision of events, and certainly not following the biological reality that we see and the common sense person on the ground, the Christian conservative Northern Ireland person, that I believe you'll be going to knock their doors in a number of years' time and you will find that you're out of touch with what the people of Northern Ireland want. So, Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak primarily to Amendment 97 that is tabled in my name. Whilst I always didn't recognise it at the time, I am indeed indebted to the long-winded speeches by my North Antrim colleagues for ensuring that this debate lasted the time. So when I was coming here to move my amendment, the arguments I present in the chamber here tonight are significantly more robust than they would have been otherwise prior to Friday's ruling. I say that because we are debating this amendment at a particularly opportune moment, as just last Friday, Scotland's highest civil court, the Court of Session, handed down its verdict in a case brought by For Women Scotland on this very issue. Should men be accommodated in female prison space? And the answer from Scotland was clear and indeed emphatic. Let me read from paragraph 181 of the judgment. The statutory scheme imposes a bright line rule, and sex segregation in prisons does not admit of exceptions. Following the decision of the Supreme Court for Women Scotland, the words man and woman in the context refer to biological sex, and indeed that has sent the woke brigade into a tailspin ever since. So of course Lady Ross, when she is referring to the rules in Scotland on prison accommodation, but it is referring to that the word man and woman in this context is based on biological sex. So do we have a similar rule? Is it spelled out in legislation? Yes, indeed it is. And I turn the members' attention of the House to the Prison and Young Offenders Centre. The Prison Young Offenders Centre Rules, Northern Ireland, 1995. A statutory rule made under Section 13 of the Prison Act, Northern Ireland, 1953. This is not guidance, it's a law. Something which sits above any other document produced by the Justice Department or the Northern Ireland Prison Service on this issue. So what has it got to say about the issue? Part 10 of the rules deal specifically with women. The very opening rule in that section, Rule 90, subsection 1, addresses the question before us today. Women prisoners shall be held in separate accommodation. So whatever this House decides in relation to my amendment, the law is already clear. Men have no business being held in the same prison accommodation as women. That's just not my opinion. It's the position of the highest court in Scotland when dealing with a similar question. And most significantly, it's the position of our own legal framework. Let's look at the guidance on care and management of transgender prisoners during today's debate. Paragraph 2 states, people's gender identities can be different from the sex they were assigned at birth. And the solution, which the current guidance has to get around, that idea is to house prisoners who identify identify as female in female accommodation. So what did Lady Ross's judgment say about similar guidance in Scotland? She was very clear. She drew attention to Rule 126 of the Prison and Young Offenders Institution, Scotland Rules 2011, a rule which is remarkably similar to our own Rule 90, subsection 1. So Rule 126 states, female prisoners must not share the same accommodation as male prisoners. I remind the House once again, our own parallel Rule 90 reads, women prisoners shall be held in separate accommodation. Must, shall. Not a lot of difference in those two words. And yet, currently, the Northern Ireland Prison Service has guidance which disregards that. Let's consider paragraph 179 of Friday's judgment. And let's see what it said about similar guidance. Insofar as the prison guidance allows SPS, which is Scottish Prison Service, to accommodate trans prisoners in prisons for the opposite biological sex, it is in conflict with the requirement that prison accommodation be provided separately for men and women. That constitutes misstatement of the law. A conflict, so that is in conflict with the requirement. A misstatement of the law. I mean, the reality couldn't be clearer. What's facing this House tonight is providence that this judgment happened last Friday and that this amendment is being debated tonight. As the Minister sought her own legal advice on the robustness of the guidance which she currently operates, I presume she hadn't. Is she just waiting for someone to take a judicial review of the guidance? I remind her that the argument activist organisations like the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission hid behind that Article 2 of the Windsor Framework. What does it say? Article 2 of the Windsor Framework means the situation is radically different in Northern Ireland, or so they claim. That was blown out of the water by the Dillon judgment. So I turn the attention of the House to paragraph 157 of that judgment, which applies specifically to Northern Ireland and the extent to which Article 2 can be applied. So what does that say in the judgment? We agree with the Court of Appeal that it is not sufficient that an EU competence may be engaged and that the Charter has no application unless it is anchored in a provision of EU law which is being implemented. It is not so anchored in this case. So that was the Dillon judgment. Where is the anchor in relation to housing men in women's prisons? Let's look at the practice in an EU member state which hasn't been captured by the trans agenda. Let's go to Poland. And I'll tell you this, and I quote, unquote, transgender women in their female prisons, and let's see what answer you get. In a previous debate on this matter, some members put much weight on the fact that there was a risk assessment carried out in relation to transgender prisoners. I had a read at the guidance in preparation for this debate. The word risk is mentioned only twice. Tellingly, on two of those occasions, it addresses the risk to transgender prisoners. In fact, the risk of transphobic harassment and transphobic hate crime is mentioned in paragraph 7. Only in paragraph 9 it talks about the risk a prisoner might pose. So that comes at an afterthought. The transgender person is put primarily over those that they serve with in the prison. Interestingly, the Scottish guidance did the same in that they built in provision for a risk assessment. Did that remove the legal right of women to their own space in prisons? I bring you back to paragraph 179 of Lady Ross's judgment. Arguing the like constitutes a misstatement of the law. I would draw the attention of the House to 3B of my amendment, which reads, "Nothing in this rule shall prevent the Department of Justice from making individualised accommodation arrangements for a prisoner in accordance with guidance issued under paragraph 3A, where the Department considers it necessary to do so to safeguard the welfare or dignity of a prisoner, provided that their arrangements do not include the accommodation of a man in prison accommodation in which one or more women are held." So at this juncture, I want to pay tribute to the Bills Office. I confess that this is not an element of the amendment which would have occurred to me, but due to their professional guidance, it occurred to them. I believe that I have been able to make provision for those who do not accept that they conform to the gender binary to be accommodated in prison. But the amendment builds in a careful proviso. It stipulates that ensuring their welfare or dignity must not come at the expense of women. I am neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet, but clearly the official in the Bill Office who assisted with this amendment could lay claim to that very title. I say that because when I read Friday's judgment in Scotland, I find at paragraph 181 that it states, "Trans prisoners have rights under Article 8, but this does not extend to a right to be accommodated in a prison for the opposite biological sex." So Lady Ross did accept that those who claim a transgender identity have rights which should be respected. And I'm not challenging that. My amendment doesn't challenge that. It respects what Lady Ross said. But significantly, she found that the Scottish Prison Service guidelines went beyond those rights because in placing biological men in female spaces. I invite the House to consider paragraph 174 of her judgment, which reads, "The effect of qualifying the scope of separate or single-sex provision by reading in primarily would, in the prison's context, be that women's prisons accommodate biological women and a subset of biological men." That's exactly what the current system operating in our prisons does. Ironically, a TUV amendment gives more consideration to the rights of those who identify as transgender than the current guidelines do to the rights of women. There is one final point which I want to draw to the attention of this House from Lady Ross's judgment. That's found in paragraph 149, where she notes comments in the Quality and Human Rights Impact Assessment carried out by the Scottish Prison Service to defend a policy which, as I've noted, is strikingly similar to that which pertains in Northern Ireland. It's worth again quoting what that judgment says. In their pleadings and note of argument, the respondents referred to the EHRIA and to evidence referred to therein relating to risk of suicide. However, the extent of information contained in the part of the EHRIA referred to in the respondents' pleadings is in full. In relation to Article 2, there is a known increased risk in relation to death by suicide during the first 3 months in custody, and a known increased risk in relation to death by suicide for transgender individuals. The first point has as its source a publication issued by the first respondents on the mental health of prisoners generally and is not specific to trans prisoners. The second point appears to be reference to the risk in the general trans population rather than risk in the trans prison population. It is, as its source, according to the footnote in the EHRIA, a survey carried out by the organisation Stonewall in relation to mental health in the LGBT community. Beyond these quite general points, there was no further or more specific information about risk and nothing before the court that would allow any conclusion to be drawn about the likelihood of any breach of trans prisoners' rights under Articles 2 or 3. Now let me ask the Minister directly. When the current guidelines came in June 2022, what was the role of Stonewall? How captured is your department? The Scottish Prison Service relied on information they provided as gospel. Yet when it was examined by the Scottish courts, it was found not to hold any water.
You're moving some way off your own amendment towards previous judgments by the department that are outside the scope of this debate, so please return to the subject of your amendment and confine your comments to that, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I indeed am making reference to the guidance and care and management of transgender prisoners. And I am purely trying to get out of the Minister, get out of the department, what role the discredited Stonewall had to play in the creation of this guidance.
Mr. Gaston, I made a request. Now I'm telling you, you will stop referring to previous judgments and decisions by the department, and you will stick to the subject of your amendment, or you will speak no further. You decide.
Deputy Speaker, with respect, and I will move on, but I am referring to the guidance that is currently in operation. And on that basis, I feel it's very relevant to the amendment I'm moving tonight. But I will take your guidance and I will move on. So, members, towards the beginning of my remarks, I quoted from this document, the Prison and Young Offenders Centre Rules, Northern Ireland, 1995. This is not guidance, this is the law, and it is clear as the correspondence legislation in Scotland. So for the benefit of those in the House, Rule 90, subsection 1 states, women's prisoners shall be held in separate accommodation. The guidance, 5 pages of it, cannot get around that is the law. That is what the prison service should be operating from. So this guidance, the current guidance to which prisoners in Northern Ireland operate, takes 5 pages to try to get around. But the truth is that it doesn't get around that point that's in rule number 90. One is guidance and one is the law. The former cannot supplant the later. I tell this House plainly that if this amendment is voted down today, it won't be the end of the matter. If my amendment is voted down and the Northern Ireland Prison Service continues to blindly disregard the law, the Prison Service will continue to act, I believe, illegally. Not only does it defy logic and common sense, it also defies the law on the basis of guidelines which never were brought before any legislative chamber and which I suspect were written by one or a combination of several lobby groups. I appreciate that the Alliance Party is happy to outsource responsibility for its decisions to lobbyists, but that's not how this place, this chamber, should do business. Will the Minister read out the list of organisations to whom the guidance on transgender prisons was outsourced, like they done when it came to increasing the age of criminal responsibility? I'm sure that would make interesting and be very enlightening to the members that are here tonight. And even if it was produced today, the Minister can still, and if it's not produced today, the Minister can expect table questions or FOIs on that matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Happy to give way.
Our primary source of consultation at the time when the guidance was produced was that the Director-General engaged with the Equality Commission of Northern Ireland as the statutory advisor on those matters.
And I look forward at the TEO committee tomorrow, where we have the Equality Commission in front of us. And happy to give way to Mr Burrows.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Would the member agree to me it is an anathema to safety in our prisons that under the current position which you're trying to reverse, a biological male who is fully intact could be housed, despite being convicted of a sexual crime, could be housed with females in prison?
And that's the reality of what we're faced with. Yes, we hear all this good chat about risk assessments, but the law is the law. And if we go back to operating law, there should be no men allowed in a woman's prison. As I said, Deputy Speaker, the guidance that I have went through is a number of pages, but can't get away, can't get round that reality, where we have situations where a man who claims to be a woman can then say, oh, I have to be housed in a woman's prison, and then they are taken, and there's this absurd risk assessment carried out where that could become indeed reality. Whereas the law is very clear in that, and my amendment is very clear, if that situation arises, then it's up to the prison service to accommodate that man who is pretending to be a woman in their own space. If they don't want to take part in the men's wing, that's up to them, but they certainly should not be allowed to go into a woman's prison. That's what the law states. I can see nowhere in any legislation that's been brought in front of this House where that has been changed, where there has been any change in the definition. And let's get back to the Supreme Court judgment. It talks about it's based on biological sex. So a man is a man and a woman is a woman. So what you're born with at birth should be how you're housed in prisons. And I say again, based on the amendment in front of you, if a man who wants to pretend to be a woman doesn't want to apply by that law and that reality and go by that logic, there is a proviso in the amendment which then will allow them to be housed in separate accommodation. Did you want to...
Point of order, Ms. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, will you give an assessment as to whether or not it is appropriate for people to use transphobia numerous times in this House?
Whilst, of course, there is a place for freedom of expression, I expect Mr Gaston is also fully aware of the need in this place for respectful language and descriptions of others, and I'm going to ask him to bear that in mind as he carries forward. In terms of the point of order, further advice could be issued, but I think those are the general guidelines on it. Respectful language and description of others.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I just want to remind the House of recent polling that has been carried out by Lucid Talk and the Belfast Telegraph in the aftermath of the Supreme Court judgment. It found that around 99% of TUV voters, 94% of Ulster Unionist voters, 93% of DUP voters, 58% of Sinn Féin voters, 57% of SDLP voters and 47% of Alliance supporters agreed with the UK Supreme Court ruling that sex is binary. What we have heard here from the contributions today defy what the general public want their representatives to do. And this is something the parties in this House won't be able to get away from. Happy to give way to the Minister.
The member is quoting statistics on whether people agree with the Supreme Court judgment or not. That is not the issue for debate this evening. The issue for debate this evening is the amendment that the member has brought. And whilst he may be of the view that it applies the Supreme Court judgment in a Northern Ireland context, that can be disputed. And therefore, the figures are irrelevant to the discussion that we're currently having.
To go by the Minister's intervention, and she says that they can be disputed, And the Minister talks about that the Scottish judgment is not relevant. And she talks about it's not relevant because it's relied upon the Equality Act 2010, and the Equality Act does not generally extend to Northern Ireland. So let's space that through. Let's assume for a moment that she is right. Let us assume that the Equality Act is entirely irrelevant in this debate. That does not solve the Minister's problem.
Persists with misrepresentation. At no point did I say that the Supreme Court judgment was entirely irrelevant or without merit. Indeed, I have made the point now, I think on a number of occasions, that I respect the Supreme Court judgment and that no one is arguing against it. It is impossible, Mr Deputy Speaker, to have an orderly debate where people deliberately misrepresent what other people have said.
Minister, whether the member deliberately misrepresented something or not, he can reflect on, we can certainly review the transcript of this, but I'm going to ask again that the current Speaker and those intervening try to stick to the confines of the debate on the amendments. There's one thing to set context, but we are straying very far and wide with regard to that, Mr Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and continuing on with that train of thought that was on. So if the Equality Act does not apply, then I ask this House this very simple question. What provision of Northern Ireland law permits a biological male, a biological man, to be treated as a woman for the purposes of Rule 90? And Rule 90, which states here, and has never been changed, women prisoners shall be held in separate accommodation. That's something that the Minister hasn't tried to challenge me on. That's something she hasn't got to her feet to say that I'm wrong in pointing that out. It's obviously correct then that this indeed is the law. I can find no provision which redefines the word woman. So let's take this as that is where we're exactly where we're at. This is the law. This is what the prison service should be following. And I am gravely concerned that the current system, the guidance that the Minister is following is based in ideology. It's not based in law, and on that basis, I do believe it's dangerous. My amendment is clear, and it sets out provision for those that don't want, a man that pretends to be a woman that doesn't want to go to a male prison, a man's prison. There is that individualised opportunity, that risk assessed.
Mr Gaston, I've asked you to use respectful language in speaking about others and describing others. You're clearly deciding not to do that. The next time I will stop you if you use that description, and the debate will be finished. Be mindful. And also be mindful, please, of its trends so far and so wide, and the repetition of points made and members to question. This is not question time. This is a debate.
And summing up and bringing my remarks to the end, Deputy Speaker. So the law does clearly say women prisoners shall be held in separate accommodation. That is not guidance. That is the law. That law has not been amended, and that law stands today. And because the Justice Minister isn't fulfilling and following that law, I believe she is leaving the prison service open to a judicial review. Why should we have to wait? Why should we have to wait for a court case to be taken, like has been taken in Scotland, for the Minister to act? I presume it's because I'm the one moving the amendment, and it's her dislike for me, and that's why she has decided to not back this amendment, and indeed will wait until somebody takes the judicial review, which will cost the public money, and that is shameful. Happy to give way to Mr Burrows.
Mr Speaker, I want to give a real tangible example to address some of the concerns. Adam Graham was charged with 2 rapes in Scotland, and post-charge, Adam Graham then declared that he was a woman, and under the deficient guidance for Scottish Police Services, and the case has been convicted, then went to a female prison because the policy was deficient. And this is a real life example of where the biological sex of the man must be followed. Because whilst you have genuine trans people who are going through issues, gender dysphoria, whatever it may be, You do have some people who could, post-charge or arrest, declare themselves to be a woman and end up in a woman's prison. It happened in Scotland. Adam Graham became Isla Bryson and ended up in a Scottish prison despite being charged with and later convicted with rape. It's real life, it's a real scenario, and I would ask the members on this side of the House to reflect. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrows, and a very timely intervention and a real life lived experience of what has taken place, a real life example of the dangers that can be imposed by the Minister not following the law. Happy to give way to the Minister.
I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in the main, the debates in the Chamber on the Justice Bill have been, I think, reasonable, temperate and good-humoured. But I think this is the first time I have found a situation where somebody is accusing me of taking a policy position based on a dislike for an individual member. I don't know what kind of vindictive person would imagine that any minister or indeed any other politician would come to this House and take a position based on their like or dislike of the individual who proposes it. But I want to assure the member that I have no strong feelings either way with respect to him. I don't know him well enough to have formed such. And secondly, irrespective of my views on any member of this House, I treat their approaches with this, based on the substance of the issue and based on the policy and advice that I receive. And the idea that I would behave in such a vindictive manner and such a reckless manner, I find fundamentally offensive, and it runs contrary, again, to the point that we have made repeatedly, that we can disagree without impugning the character and integrity of other people in this House.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your intervention, and indeed I will sleep better tonight knowing that you're not holding anything against me. But to draw my remarks finally to a close, and I am not minded to take any more interventions to be sidetracked on the issue. I know there is members sitting on the benches to my left who do acknowledge and do agree with biological reality and the common sense position that the amendment brings forward. It's time that you found your courage. It's time that you followed your convictions. It's time you found the courage to step out from the ideology that has captured your party and that has captured the whole left of this chamber. Those that know better and follow the ideology blindly that they have been told to do so by their parties. Those that fail to back this amendment, I believe, are failing women that are in our prisons, because you're allowing the potential for a biological male to be housed with them and the risks that that creates. So I move my amendment. I'm happy to support it. And I believe that if it doesn't get passed next week, history will remember those that voted for common sense, those that voted based on biological reality, and it will show those that are simply too captured by their own ideology and the ideology of the wokery that has captured the left-hand side of the chamber. History will remember you on these issues. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Just for, in terms of clarification, the amendment has not been moved. That was agreed prior to the debate commencement, and I'm sure the member meant commending rather than moving. So, I call the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by addressing the amendment tabled by Messrs Frew, Bradley and Kingston, and then speak to the amendment tabled by Timothy Gaston. Mr Frew has described Amendment 96 as stopping prisoners and young people in detention centres being released on a Friday or on a day before a public holiday or bank holiday, and added that this would in turn help to reduce reoffending potentially. The amendment does have the potential to impact those prisoners who receive mostly shorter adult sentences and who aren't committed to custody under the terms of the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008. That represents about 25% of the prison population. As these prisoners are not subject to post-release supervision by the probation board, I can see the merits in bringing forward their release day if that happens to fall on a Friday. In doing so, I note that we already bring forward Saturday and Sunday releases for these prisoners, which is why, as the member noted, there is a larger number of people released on a Friday. So by bringing that forward again, we will move all the people basically from Friday, Saturday and Sunday to Thursday and Wednesday, and that has been modelled by the department. Being released earlier in the week may give these prisoners more time to link in with community-based service providers, for example, Jobs and Benefits Office, Housing Executive, community mental health teams and addiction services, GP surgeries and social services. So there are, I think, opportunities for people to receive the kind of care and support that they need in the community. And from my perspective, we consulted particularly with DFC and other service providers, and whilst they acknowledged that it would create an additional pressure on Wednesdays and Thursdays, given the scale of the pressures it would create, they felt that that was a manageable pressure, and for these reasons I'm therefore supportive of the amendment. The member who has tabled this raised in the debate last night the potential to extend this further to those who are covered under the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008. There are a number of reasons why I think this may be problematic, but as I said last night, I am happy to engage with the member and to discuss it with him over the next few weeks and indeed through recess. First of all, I don't think it is essential to do so in that the people who fall under that category will at some level have the support of probation prior to exiting the prison and after exiting the prison, and therefore will have the wraparound support that they do need to be able to engage with services. So that should be of help to them in a way that those that we are dealing with today, the cohort we're dealing with today, would not. Secondly, there was a decision made at the time of the 2008 order to end the policy of remissions and flexibilities within the system, which was a policy decision that I think was based on wanting to ensure that the sentence was predictable in terms of when it would come to an end and was able to be prepared for in advance. And so those prisoners will have pre-release support within prisons in order to help them with rehabilitation and resettlement, because their date of release is determined. So I think there are complexities around extending to that cohort, but I believe there is certainly merit in dealing with those who fall into the category that's covered by the amendment. The member is also aware from the debate last night, and other members raised, about the issue of people having their custody reviewed when they're on remand, and that is something which helpfully the Judiciary have taken the initiative and now try to have most of those review hearings earlier in the week as opposed to later in the week, so that if someone is to be released on bail, there will be the opportunity for them to seek the help and support they need. We know that lack of support for any extended period, whether over a bank holiday or over a weekend, can create challenges for people, particularly those who are susceptible because of mental health or addiction, to be able to manage their affairs. It can be very challenging for people to be able to register with the Housing Executive, Jobs and Benefits Office and others. And as a number of members noted, there is no guarantee, and sadly can be no guarantee, despite the fact we're trying to work with other departments to streamline the process for release around where someone will be released to. It simply depends on the accommodation available at the time of release. And because of the priority system for housing and other accommodation, even were the Department for Communities and Housing Executive in a position to indicate that there may be property available in a particular location, which would be helpful because we could then assist somebody in registering with the GP and all of the other services before they leave prison, should somebody become homeless in that locality who is of higher need, they would be displaced. And that is the problem that we have, is that it has to be needs-based. And really, I suppose the fundamental challenge is around shortage of accommodation, and that is something that the department is looking at as part of the work that we're trying to do around reducing offending and reoffending. So I'm happy to support the amendment. I'm also happy for myself and my officials to engage with the members who brought it to see if there is a way through the other sentences, but I suspect that may be more complex than would be appropriate for this juncture in the passage of legislation. I want now to move on to Amendment 97. Mr Gaston's amendment I do not support. If enacted, it would insert 3 further rules into the Prison and Young Offenders Centre Rules, Northern Ireland 1995. Contrary to what has been said, and I want to make this very clear, this is not about who brought this amendment, and it never will be for me. I'll treat every member in this chamber with respect on the basis that they treat me also with respect. And I noticed the sarcastic and sneering comments when I said that I didn't have strong views about Mr Gaston and didn't dislike him, and he seemed to think that that would help him sleep easier. I really don't care. But it matters to me that I deal with people with integrity. And so whether he's entertained by it or not, and I noticed some of those around him also sniggering, it's not funny, because to suggest that a minister would come to this chamber and make their decisions in a vindictive manner, I think says more about the people who make the accusation than it does about me. In terms of how we deal with these issues in prison, every day prisons have to address conflicts between different categories of prisoners, between different cadres of offenders, between people with different levels of risk, both to themselves and to others. And that dynamic management of risk is something which prison service are very experienced at doing. It's not something that they take lightly, because it not only affects the safety of the prisoners and their dignity and their mental health, but it also affects the safety of the prison staff themselves. So I want to put that on the record, and I admire the work that prison service do, and I think the fact that we've seen such positive responses to reviews of our prisons, particularly Hyde Bank Wood, because it will of course be Hyde Bank Wood that is the one that's in focus in this debate. The fact that it was seen as a model of European rehabilitative prison, the fact that it won that award is something we should be proud of. I think the fact that Hyde Bank has scored top scores across the board in its most recent inspection, both in the men's facility and in the women's prison, is something that we should be proud of. And we should show respect to the professionals who made that possible. The same professionals who have been managing these issues, not through ideology, but around practicality and the values of protection of safety, protection of dignity, and fair treatment. These issues were an issue long before they were raised in this House. I reflected just on questions that I had received on transgender issues in the last mandate in 2020, and you could have counted them on the fingers of one hand if that hand had no fingers. But suddenly it is now the topic of conversation, yet people say it's not part of a culture war. It's not part of a culture war. But it has emerged suddenly as it has gained momentum in other places. And we come to this House and we hear ignorance. Ignorance around trans people. I will, yes.
So just to put some perspective on this, can you advise how many cases, as so described, have actually come before the prison service in the last 5 or even 10 years?
Well, it's very interesting that the member asked that question, because in not being able to answer it, it's an answer in itself. Because we asked for those statistics, and the truth is that we can't disclose the number of prisoners because it is so small that to do so could identify individuals. So it's so small, and we all know the statistical reporting rules, so you can go away and work out the number that means, but it's so small that it would identify individual prisoners. And yet we spend a disproportionate amount of time concerned with this one small group of prisoners, albeit as important as any other group of prisoners, and little time discussing the wider issues around prisons that really matter. I will, yes.
The Minister has been part of this Assembly for some time, and her second mandate as a Minister, so I wonder if you could provide clarity as whether there have been such outspoken concerns for the safety of women prisoners as vociferously and passionately as there have been in recent months?
It's amazing because indeed some of the people who have stood up to argue to defend women have first of all demeaned the women in this chamber who spoke up with their own voices and made their position heard. They were dismissed as having been told what to say by their parties. They were dismissed as being captured by ideology. Well, I don't know, if I'm going to go for advice about issues that affect men, I'll probably ask a man. But if I'm looking for advice about issues that affect women, I think I would listen to women and I would take their views on these matters with a degree of seriousness and a degree of respect that has been missing in this particular part of the debate. But no, I won't, because actually the member didn't give way to me on the basis that he felt I had misrepresented him, when I had simply sought to clarify what he had said. So I have no intention of giving way to him because he has on more than one occasion today and in previous discussions misrepresented me. I will give way to Brian.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, from my own understanding, would you, though, be uncomfortable with the idea of a biological male being accommodated on a female prisoner wing and having free association with other prisoners, with the female prisoners on that wing? Or is that something you would seek to avoid and to rule out?
Well, as I said, because of the small number of prisoners that we have held who are trans, I have not been able in this chamber to get into the detail of how people are accommodated within the estate, because to do so would be to disclose details about individual prisoners that we never disclose in prison service. So to put it in context, we have received multiple requests overnight asking us, for example, how a high-profile paedophile would be housed within the prison estate as a result of a conviction yesterday. And we have declined to provide any comment on that individual, as is right, because they may have been convicted of a serious offence, but they retain a degree of privacy and rights that everyone within the prison system has, and I'm certainly not going to get into the habit of discussing the details of how we handle prisoners. Suffice it to say that in order to protect the safety and the dignity of both the women in the prison, the men in the prison, and the transgender individuals in the prisons, we are sensitive around the accommodation of prisoners and where and how that is managed, and how association is managed in those contexts. But I don't want to get into the detail and the minutiae because we're dealing with very small numbers, and it would involve me discussing what I feel are private details and what the advice to me would be that would go too far. I will not give way at the moment. And to be fair, the member has accused me of being vindictive in my approach. He then, when I explained that I wasn't, treated that with derision. I'm not really sure that the member has earned the right to give way on this speech. If he has no interest in my opinions and no respect for them, I don't see why I would bother giving way to hear more of his. However, what we have at the moment within prison service in Northern Ireland is an approach that was brought forward in 2002. It was brought forward with advice from the Equality Commission, who are the statutory body that give advice to prisons. I've checked with officials, many of whom have now moved on, but we are not aware of any involvement of Stonewall in the development of that advice and guidance. It is my understanding that it was the Equality Commission who they took their advice from and who they engaged with as part of that process. I don't know, but the Equality Commission was who we engaged with. And what we tried to do was ensure the safety and dignity of all of our prisoners. I find it bizarre that some of the people who are lecturing us about women's rights have had so little to say on women's rights in so many contexts over so many years, and yet suddenly now are championing women's rights. And this is about weaponising. It's about weaponising an issue, which is about safety of women and girls, to use it against another minority that is also vulnerable. And the majority of women do not want to have the genuine concerns we have around safety weaponised in this way. I have heard really ignorant statements, and I use ignorant not in the rude sense, but in the absence of understanding sense, about trans people and how they're affected. First of all, trans people are a spectrum of people. Every individual will be at different stages of transition. and therefore will have different issues attendant to that. Trans men and trans women, for example, who have gone only through hormonal therapy, will nevertheless have seen bodily, physical changes as a result of that, including changes to their strength, including changes to their sex drive, including changes to their hair and their facial hair and all of those other things. And that's as a result of hormonal treatment only. There will be others who have undergone surgical treatment. Some will have undergone complete surgical transition. And whilst all of the noise today has been about biological males in women's prisons, I'm simply suggesting that members need to think about the consequences of, for example, placing a post-operative trans woman in a male prison. This is where we need not a rigid approach. And I have to say, the Scottish approach initially was rigid, in that it simply said, trans women are women, therefore go to the women's prison, trans men are men and go to the men prison. I don't actually agree with that, because I'm not captured by ideology, despite what some people say. My focus is on ensuring that the people, all the people in our prisons, are safe. And so it's important that we do that in the best way possible. I don't know at this point in time what the end position of all of this will be. So it may be that we will eventually get advice from our own courts, based on their reading of our laws, that say that yes, we will have to come up with an alternative means of housing prisoners. And if that time comes, we will deal with that as you would expect us to do. That will require changes to the estate. It will require significant investment in how we develop our services, and it will require time. What it won't do is take place as part of a backbench amendment with none of that consideration given. No, I've said I will not give way to the member. So the new rules would require the department to issue guidance for the management of women prisoners. Wouldn't prevent prison service from making individualised accommodation arrangements for prisoners, but it would specifically prevent them from accommodating them within the female estate. Now think about that, within the female estate. So the pertinent point that Mr Kingston raised is that we could make individual accommodation available, but we couldn't do it within the female estate. Well, we only have a male or a female estate at this point in time. So I have said I'm not giving way to the member, so there's no point persistently asking. The issue that Mr Kingston has raised is pertinent. So there will be occasions where people will be housed within the female estate, but separate to the other female prisoners. Similarly, there will be occasions where people will be in the male estate, but separate to general population male prisons. So this is not about recklessness on the part of the prison service, nor is it about placing women, either trans women, or trans men or men, at greater risk. It is about housing people in a manner that respects individuals' dignity, respects individuals' identity, and respects individuals' right to safety. And there is nothing that we will do at any time, and there is nothing I would stand over, that would place any woman in our prisons at greater risk. The women in our prison have often faced extraordinary abuse at the hands of violent men, and I would not jeopardise a single one of them over ideology or anything else, but neither will I engage in the kind of pantomime concern that some have expressed around women's rights and women's protections, when they are not willing to stand up for women so many other times when women need their support. It doesn't, by the way, seek to apply the amendment the same conditions to accommodating biological females within the male estate. Think about that. Somebody who has stood here and claimed that they want to protect women from harm. No mention of biological women being housed in the male estate. The amendment seeks to use the definition of man and woman as defined by the Equality Act 2010. However, the Equality Act 2010, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have indicated to the member from North Antrim, and if necessary both the members from North Antrim, that I'm not giving way to either of them because of their conduct earlier in the debate. And I would ask that you would encourage the member to stop asking. The amendment seeks...
Point of order, Mr Burrows.
Mr Deputy Speaker, is it in order that a member can be told not to seek a... I was asking the Deputy Speaker for clarity. Is it that the Minister can say to the member, do not ask for interventions?
Mr Burrows, I can answer that very easily for you. It is totally up to the member on whom you're wishing to intervene, whether they take the intervention or not. That's made clear in guidance issued to MLAs, and also it's made clear that a member should not persist where it's clear that the member is not giving way. It's in guidance which is available to all members. Point of order, Mr Gass.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister is misrepresenting what my amendment sets out to do, and I repeat for the record, where the Department considers it necessary to do so to safeguard the welfare or dignity of a prisoner, provided that the arrangements do not include the accommodation of a man.
Mr Gaston, I'm reading that that's not a point of order.
The Minister is
Mr Gaston,
you're saying your seat
when I'm on my feet as well. You know that's not a point of order. You're making a speech. It's going no further. Mr Burrows, did you have another point of order?
Mr Deputy Speaker. So as the Minister's contribution moves on, am I entitled, when different facts emerge, to be able to stand up and try and make a point of an intervention, even though the Minister may not want to accept it? I'm still entitled to stand up and say, will the member give way?
Sure, Mr Burrows, let me read it to you. I've already explained this. I'm going to be quite frank with you. I'm surprised I've been asked the same question twice. So I'm going to read it from the rules. If a member makes it clear that they are not going to give way, you should not persist. I think they are the exact words I used. If a member makes it clear, you should not persist. It is for each member to decide whether to take an intervention, and if a member does not take an intervention, members should respect that. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So, the amendment seeks to use the definition of man and woman as defined in the Equality Act 2010. However, the Equality Act 2010 does not apply in Northern Ireland, and so the attempted importation of a piece of primary legislation, section 2121 of the Equality Act 2010, from one jurisdiction, England, Wales and Scotland, to another jurisdiction, Northern Ireland, by way of secondary legislation in that jurisdiction, Northern Ireland, would, I think, at best be described as a novel approach. While it's not necessarily impossible to do so, by doing so via an amendment to secondary legislation, via this bill, we risk circumventing Northern Ireland's own constitutional arrangements. And therefore, I don't believe it is appropriate. It means, in effect, that the section is to be treated for the purposes of the 1995 rules as though drafted for Northern Ireland, when that has not yet been ruled upon. The members' proposed amendments will operate to ensure that men and women are not held together while in prison, and will remove all decision-making, permitting a contrary decision from NIP's remit, notwithstanding the assessment of risk or the existence of a gender recognition certificate or any of the other reasonable factors to consider. At present, the Northern Ireland Prison Service applies their guidance on the care and management of transgender prisoners to effectively address the needs of all prisoners who may find individual challenges in custody. The member from North Antrim to my rear referred to the concerns about the other prisoners' safety as an afterthought. That's simply untrue. The issue of safety of all prisoners is the main consideration in terms of housing people within the accommodation that is available to Northern Ireland prisons. And so the idea that because it was mentioned secondly to a document that is about guidance for transgender people just seems to be a ludicrous proposition. There was no issue of it not being a serious concern. It is a serious concern, and it is the overriding concern. It is why we do not have a bright line rule of saying all trans men go to the men's prison, all trans women go to the women's prison. It is because, despite my support for the trans community, and I'm very open and honest about that, I believe that safety within the prisons is paramount. So in terms of our risk assessment process and the use of case conferences, they consider the risks both to any transgender prisoner and any risks that they may pose to others. So, in the real life scenarios that have been outlined in the Chamber today, where somebody commits a violent sexual offence, then says that they identify as trans and asks to be transferred into a women's prison, that would not be permissible under our assessment of the rules, because they would represent a greater threat to the women in that prison than we could justify in terms of the balance of risk. So I understand what Scotland did and didn't do. I understand the ruling made in Scotland, but with respect, I am not the Scottish Justice Minister, and that policy is not my policy. And NIPs are not Scottish Prison Service. So I have to come back to here and what we're talking about. And there have been no examples of any harm caused either to a trans prisoner or a female prisoner or a male prisoner in the estate as a result of how we have chosen to house trans prisoners in the estate. Mr. Speaker, members will be aware of the Supreme Court ruling last year, which held that under the Equality Act 2010, sex means biological sex, and I acknowledge this was reaffirmed last week in the Supreme Court's ruling on the Scottish Prison Services policy on the management of transgender prisoners. I have never denied that reality, and those members in the Chamber who have sought today to suggest otherwise are misguided at best and malevolent at worst. Because I have never sought to ignore what has been said by the Supreme Court, nor would I. However, as I have already said, the Equality Act does not apply in Northern Ireland, whereas it does in Scotland. Nor is the current policy directly analogous to that which was appealed in Scotland, but is based on a risk assessment. So the ruling on the meaning of man and woman may not be directly read across in this jurisdiction, though it remains highly persuasive. It remains highly persuasive. However, taking action in this jurisdiction based on a ruling on a different policy in another jurisdiction would be unwise. Again, the member for North Antrim to my rear suggested that I should be seeking legal advice in these matters. I can assure the member that we have been in continuous contact with legal advisors, both in the development, the implementation of the policy, since the ruling of the Supreme Court and since the most recent judgment around Scottish prisons, and it would be derelict of our duty were we not to do so. Unlike others who come to this chamber with their ideology front and centre, I am interested only in the safety of prisoners. That's it. Not about ideology, but about protection of those who are most vulnerable. Members will also know the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland has asked the High Court for a declaratory ruling on how the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Equality Act in Great Britain should be applied in the different legal context of Northern Ireland, including in relation to obligations under Article 2 of the Windsor Framework. The High Court's view on this matter is still awaited, and the Equality Commission will then need time to consider what this means in practice and translate this into practical guidance. And we obviously keep a watching brief on that matter because it is of critical importance, not just, I have to say, in prisons, but right across our public services and indeed many other services as well. It is for the High Court to consider the implications therefore, of the most recent ruling from the Supreme Court, which is ultimately founded in their original decision. Mr Justice McAlinden has been clear that all views should be heard in this case and has invited evidence from any organisation which has an interest in the outcome of the judicial review. In order to support the Court in its decision-making on what is a complex and sensitive issue, Northern Ireland Prison Service will be submitting affidavit evidence outlining their current processes and the unique challenges they face in respect of managing risk and ensuring the safety of all prisoners. Prison Service takes its duties in respect of equality and human rights and prisoner safety extremely seriously, and we will, of course, seek to abide by any ruling handed down by the High Court, nor would I seek to frustrate it either. Clearly, this amendment preempts any court ruling in the Equality Commission challenge. So the proposed amendment would also then create two further issues. Firstly, Prison Service would be out of lockstep with the rest of Northern Ireland and all other public authorities in having to apply Section 2121 of the Equality Act 2010 and the outworking of the Supreme Court ruling directly and without the proper guidance from the Equality Commission. Secondly, the interpretation imported by Section 2121 of the Equality Act 2021 is confined solely to Rule 90 3A to C and prison accommodation in Northern Ireland. It does not address at any level how our prison service is to meet gender recognition certificate obligations or indeed any other obligations they may have to transgender prisoners in any other respect of prison life. For those reasons, I believe that the amendment is premature, and whatever the motivation behind it, and I will presume that it is well intended, I do not believe that it should be supported. Mr Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks for this group and indeed this stage of the Justice Bill. I think we can all agree it has taken some considerable time to get to this point in this particular bill's Assembly passage. Not least of all, well, we can't complain because we're all as guilty as each other and haven't elongated the debate of consideration stage. But Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to place on record some thanks, if I may. First of all, to the Chair and Vice Chair of the committee and the other committee members, both current and former, for the work that they have done and for the committee support staff. Without their scrutiny and without their cooperation and without their questioning, I think the bill would have been poorer, and so I want to thank them. I'm also aware that much has been made of the fact that the bill came, let's say, in two parts. And much has been made of that, but I want to pay tribute to the committee for showing flexibility and patience as we navigated what was an ever-changing scene. Unfortunately, when scrutiny takes a year and a half, the world moves much faster than that, and this is the only legislative vehicle we really had. And so some of the things that I would have preferred to do in a different bill ended up being put into this bill. But I appreciate the work that the committee did. And I also welcome the fact that the committee didn't waste the opportunity to bring their own amendments either, and to bring forward some things that otherwise would not have happened in this mandate. And I want to thank all members who have participated. I also want to thank the Office of Legislative Counsel and my own bill staff in the Department of Justice. When people talk about the bill team in the Department of Justice, Mr Speaker, they often imagine that it must be a huge engine full of people. You could count them on the fingers of one hand if this hand had actually some fingers on it for once, but it is genuinely a small team. And yet they have navigated both the passage of this bill and the scrutiny of this bill, and also the sentencing bill and the victim and witnesses bill introduction yesterday. And I want to pay tribute to them and to the Office of Legislative Counsel for the efforts that were necessary to get us here today. Mr Deputy Speaker, last but not least, I want to place on record my thanks to the Speakers of the House and also to the wider team, the Bill Clerk and the Bill Office, and to the many officials who over, I think now, 7 or 8 days have been in this chamber until later than I guess most of us would wish to be. I appreciate their dedication. Without it, we would not be able to deliver the legislation we do. Ultimately, legislation is a team effort, and all of those who played a constructive role in that effort, I want to say thank you. And I sincerely hope that further consideration stage will be a much more sedate and swift affair when we finally get there in the autumn. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for your thank you to the speakers, because that's a first in my time sitting up here. I know also your gratitude expressed to the Assembly officials will be much appreciated. I now call Paul Frew to wind.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would like to start off in that trend and mode of thought by thanking again the committee clerk and staff for their diligence and their work supporting the committee members over this past year and a half. I would also like to thank the Bill Office in the Assembly for all their work over that period. I do believe they were overworked, but they were able to step up very well and cope with all the demands that the members have laid onto them. And indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister beat me by a couple of minutes by me wanting to thank you and all of the speakers who have led on these debates and have given guidance to the debate and kept us all in check, although some needed more checking than others. And then also to the Speaker's office and everyone who supports the speakers in that regard. Can I just then go into some of the members' contributions? And I won't be long, members, so we will not have to break for lunch. We will get this done and then we can go home to our families. But can I just say that Sinead McLaughlin, Emma Sheeran and Nuala McAllister all spoke in support of Amendment 96, which is the DUP's amendments with regards to the release of prisoners not on a Friday. And I thank you very much for that support. I really do. You didn't really speak much in it. Sinead went into her experiences regards to the bail house in her constituency, close by her office, and she also talked about the support that was needed and the dignity that was required from people getting out of prison. Emma Sheeran also said she would support 96, as Nuala McAllister did also. So I thank them for that support, and it's genuinely heartfelt that we're going to get support for that amendment right across the House. I am starting to get somewhat worried that someone like me can produce an amendment that incorporates all the support of the House, but I'll take it and bank it when I get it. They all had said that they would not support 97, which was Timothy Gasson's amendments, and they outlined their arguments for that. Nuala had said about it didn't make sense and that it wasn't about safety and that we should wait for the Equality Commission guidance. We go on then to John Burrow, my Northampton colleague's comments, and he again commended Amendment 96 brought by our party. And he went at great length to talk about 97 and how he was supporting that, and that we should deal when we're dealing with legislation, we need to deal in facts and not ideology. And biological men are generally speaking stronger and they commit the most crimes. Biological women are generally speaking weaker and they are the victims of most crimes. And people in prison have the propensity to commit crime, and in many prisoners are confined to that space and then by that become vulnerable in their own right, and that safety is a fundamental duty of the state, and that we should not need to wait for guidance of the Equality Commission, thanks to the Supreme Court hearing and opinion when it is so clear cut. Brian Kingston then spoke on our Amendment 96. It's all about services and support, and we should assist those getting out of prison, and should lead to a breaking of the cycle with regards to reoffending and re-imprisonment. And we sincerely hope that that will manifestly show itself in the years to come. And on Amendment 97, he stated that we will be supporting the amendment, and I give that guarantee and assurance to the proposer of that amendment here today. Woman-only protected spaces must be reserved and protected, Brian said, and he alluded to Scotland and the situation there now that they find themselves in, and he of course mentioned the Justice Lady Ross's opinion on this. Timothy Gasson spoke to his own amendment, of course. He said it was steeped in biological reality, whilst those who opposed the amendment is all about ideology. He then went on to thank his Northampton colleagues, Sean Mulholland and John Burrows, for their long-winded speeches, so that he had then the opinion of Lady Ross to back up his amendment when he debated it here today. So I will move that thanks on to Sean and John for their long-winded speeches, and I feel the pain of the member for Northampton. He spoke to the law in the Prison and Young Offenders Centre rules, Northern Ireland 1995. He talked about Part 10 and Rule 90, which of course his amendment is based on, and then he went on to speak about the law in Scotland. He stated that the Equality Commission hid behind Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, and he then alluded to the Dillon judgment and said that the judgment blows a hole in the Equality Commission's guidance. The Minister of Justice then spoke first on Amendment 96 and talked of the opportunities that this could lead to, talked about the engagement with the Department of Communities and how they would manage the pressure, and that they were happy enough with that, content with that. The Minister addressed my point to extend this measure and said that while she would have concerns, she would be content to engage over the coming weeks in order to see if that is possible. But she did go on then to speak about the ending of the remissions and at that stage and what that meant, and about the pre-release support then that other prisoners are getting. She addressed the issue of remand prisoners being released on bail and the work that the Judiciary has been doing in that regard, and I echo those sentiments from the Minister. The Minister went on to talk about Amendment 97, and she did not support it. And it's not about who the member is or who moves the amendment, it's about the detail of the amendment. The Minister talked about the assessments and decisions taken by the prison service every single day. She talked about the respect that they use and the diligence in keeping the prison service or prison population safe. And she talked up the Hazel Bank Wood establishment as a model of European standards. I will give way. Yeah.
I want to put on record my thanks to you as Chair of the committee and the diligent work you have done throughout the process in setting out the committee's position, especially for somebody not on the committee. It has certainly been helpful. I listened intently to the Minister summing up and when she was speaking. I still can't square the circle when you look at the Prison and Young Offenders Centre Rules Northern Ireland 1995 and indeed look at number 90 subsection 1. Women prisoners shall be held in separate accommodation. So throughout the duration of her summing up, she didn't tackle that issue as they say how she's following the law when it's quite clear that she isn't following the law as stated in this 1995 judgment.
Put his point on the record with that intervention, and I couldn't possibly speak on behalf of the Minister, and again if the Minister wants to address that point I can give way, but again if not I'll move on. The Minister then had asked or alluded to the figures in our prisons currently and in the past, but because the number is so small there is a danger that people may be identified, so the Minister cannot go into any further detail either in this House or anywhere else for that matter, because we would not want to have people identified for their own human rights and, of course, their safety. The Equality Commission then assisted and engaged with the Department of Justice in the production of the guidance as they are constituted to do. The Minister then stated that she is not the Scottish Minister and she is not responsible for Scottish law or guidance. She then talked about the Supreme Court judgment and accepts the opinion of the Supreme Court, but that she is responsible for the Justice Department here in Northern Ireland, and that is not the case with regards to the court's opinions that have been formed over the last series of months and periods with regards to Scottish law and guidance. she was concerned with regards to Amendment 97 with regards to prisons would be out of lockstep with the rest of the bodies in Northern Ireland if they had to then adhere to Section 202(1) of the Equality Act 2010, and then of course that Rule 90 of the Prison and Young Offenders Centre Rules Northern Ireland 1995 would be out of lockstep with the other laws, as it would then need to be applied by the Equality Act 2010 in the same vein. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, that concludes my winding up, other than to say I would like to thank every single person who took part in this debate, or even listened to this debate. 9 groups over 7 days, I think. We're not finished yet. We then go into a range of votes on these very important issues. I want to place on record my gratitude for everyone who has supported any amendments that I put my name to. I really do appreciate it. And of course, with the votes coming up on Tuesday, I would appreciate it if you supported the amendments that we as a party have brought forward and I have put my name to. It is much appreciated. We are here to make law, and we are here to make good law. And if that takes 7 days to do so, to iron things out, to put it through the ringer and to scrutinise it properly, then we will do that, and we will apologise to no one. But we are here as legislators, and we will do that job. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Frew, thank you for that summary and the timely way in which you delivered it, as well as your acknowledgement to the amount of work that many have put into a debate over 7 days. Members, that concludes debate on the amendments for consideration stage of the Justice Bill. As valid petitions of concern have been received in relation to Amendments 79, 80, 81, 82, 85 and 86 in Group 6, the votes on Amendments 79 to 132, 132, Clauses 24 to 34 and Schedules 1 to 4 will not be taken at this point. The consideration period for the petitions of concern is required under Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1988, ends on the 20th of June 2026. On the 29th of June 2026, any or all of the petitions may be confirmed. If a petition is confirmed by 30 members on that day, the vote on the amendment to which it relates will be taken on a date after the 29th of June, and the vote will require cross-community support. If a petition is not confirmed by 30 members, the vote on the amendment to which it relates will simply require simple majority support. The votes on all subsequent amendments, clauses and schedules will then be taken in the usual way, with no further debate to take place. Members, moving on, you'll be glad to know the question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.